Is this it? There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hoard of the Dragon Queen, Session 12. We've been going for a while now. We're currently on the road, joined a caravan that includes some dragon cultists to try and figure out where they're going, what they're doing, and basically just keep an eye on them on the down low. Any last minute business before we get started?
I don't think so for me.
Oh, I did have one question. I was wondering if Kyla could have the Frulam's halberd because Ugg never uses it and I really don't have a good melee weapon.
Sure. And do you want to explain to the audience why a sorceress is able to use that?
Yeah, wasn't there an enchanted gem that granted proficiency with it?
Yeah, basically you attach that gem to a weapon, and then whoever wields that weapon and is attuned to that gem is proficient with that weapon.
Right.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. I'd rather somebody get use out of it.
Absolutely.
And Ugg's got his own weapons, so he's fine.
Yeah, he was, I think he's using,
Oops, ignore that.
Great sword or something?
yeah, he's using a greatsword, Cyanrath's greatsword now.
Yeah, we have more than one cool two-handed magical weapon.
We could always get more.
True.
Cool. All right. Well, let's move over to the Sword Coast. Does anybody want to give us a session recap of what happened last time?
Let's see. Where did we start off?
It was before Baldur's Gate. You're still on the boat. You had just killed a pirate last session, and then we rolled into Baldur's Gate. It's been a month ago, so I got some notes here if other people don't remember. I know there's a couple of things that stand out from last session, but
Let's see. We tidied up our pirate ship business and pulled into the port at Baldur's Gate. We were not accosted, but walked up to by some town guards, maybe the Fist. I can't quite remember, but they were looking at the Dragonborn in our party because there's a butcher on the loose at Baldur's Gate matching their descriptions.
and a
We
cat.
immediately forgot about this and went on to do other things, like stealing a wanted poster for Pride. Yuri got outdrank by Nikolai, but he does not remember this. He also was robbed. Cobus did a really good deal for getting the ship all fixed up and notarized and stuff by, offering some of his brews for the dockmaster's daughter's wedding.
Yep. Wow, Allie, you are on fire.
I'm trying, man. Kyla and Karen made a flag for the boat. It's very cute.
Oh, yeah.
And we almost attacked a palanquin, which wouldn't have been a good idea maybe, but we were thinking about it. Because the cult was walking through town. We got to the outside of town and joined up with a caravan, and we all found different people. And there's this guy who's abusing his animals. And Karen is looking for the first opportunity.
Well, there might be an opportunity to present itself.
Oh, good.
We'll have to wait and see. Oh, man. Give me 1 second.
We learned that Neriatar is a base of operations for an academy of stargazers. They're astronomers, fortune tellers, and seers, and it's way to the north in the Mire of Dead Men.
Mm-hmm. That's actually close to where Cobus's tribe is hanging out.
Yipper.
we're not supposed to have fires in the fields of the dead because it attracts bandits and undead.
Alright, almost ready. Sorry for the delay. Why can't I go full screen on this? Oh my god. Oh, sorry everyone. I got a late start and I didn't get to update all my cool stuff that's I didn't get to send out invites to everything, so I will be with you in 1 second.
Oh, man, no worries.
I'm streaming some D&D. Come hang out. Done with that. Alright, so we are in the fields of the dead. Different people got hired by different wagons. There's about maybe 15 wagons in total, 20, somewhere in that range. Each wagon has between usually 1 and 3 guards. Some wagons don't have any guards, and they're just mooching off the kindness of others. And the idea is, hey, if we travel in a big group, then bandits won't mess with us. So it'll be a mostly safe and relaxing trip up. It's not always the case. There are definitely some points where that's a little bit dangerous still on this road, but the Fields of Dead is one of them, where they just don't have fires at night because it attracts undead and hobgoblins and all manner of things that live out here. But I think we're on day 9. Let's see. I just want to tell you a little bit more about like the logistics of it. So the caravan travels on average about 15 miles a day. The animals need 1 day off after every 6 days of hauling to recover from their work. All things considered, the trip is expected to take about 2 months. People and wagons join the caravan along the way, and others leave depending on their destination. Some travelers ride horses, some walk beside the wagons, and some pay the merchants to ride aboard the wagons. You do notice that the cult teamsters always turn away passengers. They never let anybody hop on, even though they have some room. Not all travelers are merchants. Could be families, or could be diplomats, or bards, or adventurers, or whatever that are just joining and leaving the caravan. So there's a lot of turnover in the caravan. And along the road, there are oftentimes there's smaller villages or little inns, roadside inns that can accommodate the caravan, and sometimes the inns are too small to accommodate everyone, and so when that happens, the prices get jacked up real high, and whoever wants to pay to stay gets to stay. But for the most part, it's been pretty calm. Can I get just a straight up charisma roll from everyone, please?
Of course. One of my very favorite rolls, you say?
Man, they were quick on it.
Oh my gosh.
Hooray! Well, we're just a very likable group,
You
all in
are.
all.
Since there are so many days in this journey, can Kyla teach Karen how to read?
Oh!
If that's something,
Yeah.
if that's something Karen would like, you could definitely start that process. There is enough downtime kind of between riding. You only ride for about 8 hours a day, and then the rest of it's spent either breaking down or setting up camp. And then you do have a lot of downtime. If you can ride on a wagon and do your downtime activity, then you can get it there. Daggone people. So Yuri is the lowest at 16. All right. That's... Whew. So yeah, you all have been... apparently, your group is an extremely likable group. Does anybody want to roll for Ugg?
Doug will roll for Ugg.
Okay.
Is Eva with us?
Yeah, she'll be with you. Daggum.
Oh my goodness.
Aw.
Okay, I don't really want to roll for Ia anymore.
We got 5 rolls. That's enough. E is pretty quiet, and she just doesn't talk to people.
Now I have to do it just to see what happens.
Oh,
there it is.
Stick in the mud.
yeah. She's very cold and standoffish, and she doesn't like non-elves in general, and looks down her nose at them, and that kind of rubs off. But the group's not all together. Usually, you're not traveling as a group. You have kind of infiltrated as separate guards in some cases. But in general, the group is just extremely well liked. You've made a lot of friends with how you've handled certain situations, and you've just made yourself generally useful to the caravan at large. Let's see. So we're on day 9. After, you said you wanted to start teaching Karen how to read.
Indeed.
I don't know how long that's going to take. I'll have to look up some guidelines for that. But I'll treat it like a learning another language proficiency, I guess. Maybe less than that, since she already knows the language. Maybe like half that to become literate. I'll put that in my back burner document.
Also, this is only if Karen wants to learn how to read. I don't want to change anything about your character that you don't want.
No, one of Karen's driving forces is she wants to learn how to read, but she never stays in one place for long enough or has people who like her enough to teach her how to read.
Aww.
All right, Karen starts teaching. Starts learning how to read.
I would like to see Karen teach Kyla how she thinks she should read.
Karen just like, this one is the same, it's just upside down, I don't understand, I give up.
It's like a Clevin from The Office. Like, whenever you don't know what the letter is, you just add your Claren. Whatever you want it to be, it just rounds it out, you know?
Poor Karen. So, Karen's starting to learn how to read a bit. That's cool.
Just thought of in Dumb and Dumber when Lloyd's like, te. He's like, the.
Oh.
All right, here we go. So, it is the morning of the 9th day. Where'd we go? After breakfast on the 9th day, you see large rain clouds in the distance, slowly moving towards the caravan. Before heading out, people make sure to pull their cloaks from their backpacks and keep them handy. The clouds draw nearer as the caravan travels north, and by midday, the rain is upon you. At first, it's gentle pattering. It's a gentle pattering of water drops, but it quickly turns into a heavy shower. The road becomes muddy, but this is a major thoroughfare, and with the packed earth, the wagons still make good time, but it's cold and dreary and wet. That night, some people do want to start a fire, but having just rescued someone that had been overwhelmed after starting a fire, they're easily talked down from that. And people just get in their tents or sleep under their wagons. And off and on for the next few days, it just rains. It's kind of miserable. And on the night of the 10th day... See, these aren't my notes. Yeah, they are. Okay. On the night of the 10th day, you make it to a road sign inn of a small town. There's a walled yard to accept wagons. There are a couple of wagons already in there. And a few guards to watch over them. Almost everyone goes into the large inn to have a hot meal and sleep in a warm, dry spot. But some of the teamsters and guards stay out with their wagons. Swinging over the inn is a looks like a smiling fireplace, and people tell you that it's the Happy Hearth. What would you like to do?
First thing I do before going into the bar would be to check on the horses that have been mistreated.
Yeah, you've been taking care of them. You've been kind of helping him out and trying to teach him maybe even, but he's not real interested. He's like, hey, I'm paying you to do it now, or you're paying me to do it now, so just make it work.
Yeah. I think I like that idea, and I'll kind of persist even though and just kind of ignore that he's ignoring me.
I'll see you're ignoring with my ignoring.
Exactly.
Raise you some obstinate education.
That's right.
Yeah. The horse. Now that the horses are being treated better, they still need some recovery. They are still hauling this heavy load of silk. But they've definitely stabilized, and I assume every once in a while you might throw some healing magic into them, and they are starting to recover and regain their strength.
Absolutely.
And you've definitely made some strong and fast friends with these two horses. And as you're doing this, you're also kind of gaining rep with your employer, who tends to like animals better than people.
After that, I'll look to the rest of the group, see if they want to go to the bar or what they want to do.
Where'd the guy go? Yes.
Oh boy.
Once he started taking care of the horses, he left his guards here and went inside.
Let's go keep an eye on him.
All right. Yeah. So if you follow him indoors, inside it's still raining. When you get inside, there's like this just massive puddle that's starting to form at the door with all the people coming in and dripping down. And they're taking off their cloaks and hanging them up on this huge array of pegs. There's the inn is like one of the largest ones you've ever been in. There's like these, it's almost like a feasting hall with these long tables with bench seating. In the back is is just this massive fireplace that is designed in such a way that instead of that kind of arc upward, it's an arc downward. So it's the hearth looks like it's smiling at you.
Cool.
Inside are two massive black cauldrons, and you can smell just the stew that's being cooked in them. And people are kind of milling about. Some people are sitting down, and then the large round barkeep and the innkeeper in the back lets out a shrill whistle. Welcome to the Happy Hearth. Come in and take a seat. If I bothered to take orders from everyone, we'd be here all night. So everyone's getting the caravan special. That's a bowl of hot stew, a crust of bread, a mug of ale, and you can stay the night in the common room all for 5 copper. If you want something different, just wait until we get everyone else taken care of. And some guards and merchants that have made this trip several times are already busy taking their seats while the innkeeper is giving his little spiel. And they've walked all the way to the end of one of the tables, and they're already being served up bowls of stew and mugs of ale by a male tiefling.
What kind of horns does he have?
Oh, yeah.
Ram horns.
Nice.
Yes.
So he if you give him the once over, he's not super athletic, just kind of average, but he does have this dark kind of purplish skin, and his eyes are just these inky black orbs.
Ooh, that's cool.
Like most tieflings, he has the sharpened vampire fangs, and the veterans don't seem off-put by him, but a couple of the other people are just a little taken aback by having a tiefling server.
Are tiefling not common around here?
They're just not trusted all the way because of their demonic heritage. Some people think that being descended, having some demon in your bloodline affects your morality in some way. It doesn't necessarily, but that doesn't stop people from being jerks about it.
Karen's going to tip this guy extra well.
Cool.
Indeed. Kylo will leave a tip as well.
She's not going to be a miser about their hoarded wealth.
Cool. So does anybody want anything different than the caravan special?
Karen wants more bread, but that's about it.
That's good. Five copper is a really good price for all of that.
I heard these breadsticks were unlimited. I have this thing called a pasta pass.
The guy looks at you, is like, I'll check with Norman, but I don't think so. And he looks, he's trying to determine if you're like making fun of him or just trying to pull one over on him. He's not 100% sure.
She'll let him think about it.
Okay. And he goes back and he's like, yeah, we don't have, after he comes back, we don't have a pasta pass or whatever it is you're talking about. You get the caravan special. If you want more, let me know when I get these guys taken care of.
No worries. I must have gotten my ends confused. This is my first trip.
Perhaps. Yeah, he goes setting out scooping big bowls of this meaty vegetable stew, and while they're pulling the stuff out of one of the cauldrons, they're putting more into the other one, just random meats and vegetables, and it's just kind of a mishmash of just cooked food. But out of character, this was just kind of meant for like a little role play session if you guys wanted to do anything, or if you wanted to mess with the wagons that are being held in the guarded yard, then you were welcome to.
I don't know. We have a fancy stealthy cloak and invisibility, but if we get caught, then that's kind of a big deal.
That's a fair assessment.
Well, Yuri is still doing his best to, not have presence, which is sort of the antithesis of who he is as a person.
Yeah, people are
having a real hard time.
Yeah, some people like, you're an old guy, right? Like that's what you've been acting like. He's
been trying to make that to appear smaller than he is to not draw attention.
But yeah, you also went out there and fought the hobgoblins, so you got a little bit of attention, and people like prodding you, like, come on, you have to have some stories. So like you're hearing some other people tell their honor stories and like the coolest thing that's ever happened to them. And you're like sweating.
Yeah, like that the meme of that kid with the vein bulging on his head.
Very impressive. 2 kobolds, you say?
Did I ever tell you about the time that a kobold bathed in my breath and thought I was a god?
I remember when we told that story at the next inn we went to, but everybody was a little bit drunk, so we were like, and he killed 10 kobolds with 1 swipe.
Well, I would never be the one to say it myself, but I was only the one doing it, not the one watching, so how would I know?
I feel like Kobus is kind of clueless and is only enabling, Yuri to try and say, "Oh yes, it was very cool, but you should hear about this story."
I mean, left. Mechanically, I'm not going to do this because I think it would upset the apple cart a little too much. But yeah, if Yuri was not being restrained by someone more intelligent than himself with more awareness, he might succumb to temptation and starting, telling stories he shouldn't.
How smart is Ugg?
Probably no smarter than Yuri.
Dang.
He's I think he's a little less smart than Yuri. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, Yuri was the one who was slightly more in charge of Ugg. There was one particular NPC. Which one was it? There was the nosy guy, Lospius Longnose.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who sort of digs into other people's business, so I want to stay away from him. But there was that other guy who was a big storyteller who would get upset if you started to doubt the stories that he was telling.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm trying to find who it was in the list here.
I'll try to open up my caravan NPC notes.
Enon Tobin, the male Lightfoot halfling teamster.
Mm-hmm.
He is a font of stories and legends, but it's impossible to tell the truth from fiction in his tales. If anyone challenges him on the truth of a story, he grows argumentative, then sullen and vengeful. As long as the traveler stays on his good side, Tobin is a wonderful traveling. So I think that Yuri would definitely want to at least tell him the story in full, in truth, because then he can go start telling people, and a lot of people might not believe it out of hand.
That's very fun.
And then at a later time, they can start spreading their tale again, so that all the people who heard it from him who were like, "That's got to be crap," will hear it corroborated by someone in the future and be like, "I've heard this."
It's a good plan.
It's like Mike the liar, he says 10 wrong things and one very true thing.
No, you gotta believe
all
me.
the time.
Please believe me.
Yeah, I pictured those stories like Uncle Boomy stories. Like, did I ever tell you about the time I defeated an entire pirate armada with nothing but a goose feather and a flute?
Absolutely. So good.
I'm an airbender!
I really... Yes, absolutely. Very much so. But he would probably present it to Tobin in such a way as now listen, you really can't go telling everyone what I'm telling you, because it's a very true story, and fraught with danger and all that. So he'd try to tell it to him quietly and mysteriously, and then hope that it just spreads on its own time, but not to the cultists.
It's a long con.
Exactly.
So, which story are you telling him? There's a couple there's a couple. You don't have to go into all the nitty gritty details, but it's when you jumped on the back of a dragon and grappling it with it in a crane. Was it? I
think that's probably the most fantastical story. Could probably throw in that they fought Cyanwrath. Those are probably the two main things. Yuri will always, paint himself in a special light in those stories, because he's telling it from his perspective. Mm-hmm. But he's not a glory hound. He's not. Well, he never purposefully. He never purposefully puts himself above his friends. He just makes sure that he gets credit for what he did.
Cool.
I think there is a difference.
Let's see.
He would still be trying to make it seem like he was not that person. Like he's talking about someone else, right?
Right. So, Yuri tells Enum about dragon slaying story.
Dude.
He goes, "Aha! I'm the cult leader." No.
I know that's false because it's Haynes.
That's true. That's true.
It's totally Barham Swiftblade the Magnificent.
I forgot about Barham Swiftblade the Magnificent. You think he might show up at this little halfway inn?
That sounds
That
like
would be
something
highly
a
intriguing.
secret cult leader would say.
Barham's the one with the change hat, right?
Yeah. He
Very,
So mysterious to not show up again at some point.
yeah. Very dandelion.
People who wrote the module don't realize that because they're dum-dums.
We're all just like, fancy meeting you here.
well,
A little too magnificent, if you ask me.
well, maybe he comes strolling down the stairs here and starts playing for the crowd. There's enough people here that he doesn't necessarily see you. What would be an interesting song for him to sing about? The heroes of Greeness, perhaps?
I think there was one called Karen, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. But this one, I mean, the Heroes of Greeness will do, I think.
That will do.
It's a long title, but it's such a magnificent song.
Yeah.
Wasn't he also the bard who made a song about Lightbringer or told a story about Lightbringer or something?
Yeah. Yeah, you had specifically requested him to tell a story, and he seemed well versed in Lightbringer's
Suspicious.
history. He's a bard. Oh.
Yeah, they're the worst. Bards, can't trust any of them.
Let's see if old Barham notices you.
Kyla doesn't say anything, but on the inside, she's like, I knew it.
All right. He doesn't seem to call any specific attention to you all while he's singing this song about these heroes and about how this bronze dragon. You're bronze, right? Or are you brass?
Brass.
All right.
Yep.
Singing about how this brass dragonborn went out to face Cyanrath on the field of battle and sacrificed himself in order to save the heroically sacrificed himself to rescue the prisoners that Cyanrath was dangling as bait. And you do notice a couple of the cultists just kind of smiling and nodding. And but people seem interested in the story for what it is. And he just continues to play throughout the evening.
It's so hard for Yuri to come to grips with the fact that he needs to not draw attention to himself.
Sorry, sir.
That's cool.
I think Karen's going to try and entrench herself more with her cultist pals after that song comes up. Because she said she was part of the greenest division prior to this. So she walks over to her new friend that wants nothing to do with her. It's like, you hear that song? It was pretty good. It's a good one, huh?
He's like, yes, I suppose it was.
What you like about it?
Well, that the hero prevailed in a small way, I guess.
She winks. You know that gif of Lucille Bluth winking? Like over exaggerated. She lays one of those off.
It's like, I don't know if we're supposed to be seen together. Do you need something?
I just thought we were hanging out, maybe. All right, bye, dang.
Either sit down or don't.
Well, now I'm a little put off, so no. Goodbye. Just gotta keep this guy on his toes.
He's like halfway, with a bite of stew, just not sure what to make of this entire situation.
Like, she wants to keep at least one of these cultists off balance so he never knows a moment's rest, because then he might mess up.
Well, you might get this. Yeah, you can sucker punch him when the time comes, and he'll just be tired of seeing you, so he won't pay attention.
Exactly. She's like gaslighting him, kind of. Also.
So, is the group sitting together now?
No.
Nope. Okay.
You probably shouldn't. Yeah.
So you go and sit back at your spot between your wagon master and some other guy.
She's talking to the guy that hired her, and she's like, "Set for tomorrow. I was thinking fireworks. For the show."
It's like, yeah, we're out of the fields of the dead at this point. I think that'd be fine. Yeah.
Like a celebration, right?
Yeah. I like that. What like magic or?
Yeah, I got it covered. Don't you worry about nothing.
All right. Yeah. That'll be good. Business wasn't so great today because a lot of people knew that they'd be winding up here at the inn, and they wanted to kind of save their money for that instead of the cheap ale that he's selling out the side of his little ale wagon.
She just slowly shakes her head, looking into her mug like it was a mistake on their part. And she's sucking up to this guy.
Yeah. No, that'll be good. Draw a little attention. Maybe around lunchtime. If the rain lets up.
I can do it in the rain. It'll be even better.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. So it's a nice, quiet, leisurely evening, unless other people want to do anything.
Let's get a couple of shots of Yuri sitting forlornly just on the edge of a lot of conversations, and occasionally, hears something that triggers something in his own mind and goes to interject and holds out a claw and then sadly deflates back upon himself, cradles his drink sadly, takes the sip, sniffles, looks at the fire.
Poor Yuri, breaking my heart.
Playing the world's smallest violin for himself. The world's tiniest dudek.
Is he good at playing dudek?
Yeah, he's proficient. I mean, he's got big old hands, so he's probably not the most dexterous, but
he's proficient.
Yeah, he's proficient. He's the person who'd be able to play a very technically accurate version of Mary Had a Little Lamb with no flourish.
I love it.
All right. Well, nothing really happens here at the inn tonight. If you want a room, then that'll cost a little extra. But you guys have enough money that I'm not gonna nickel and dime a gold coin here or there. Otherwise, you can sleep in the common room with everyone.
Yeah, as much as Yuri doesn't really want to do that, it would call attention to them to buy nicer accommodations. So he's just sort of resigned that the next couple of weeks are going to be unpleasant, generally speaking.
For him specifically.
I'm looking at the caravan's path going north, and it's 2 months to Waterdeep.
The trials of our hero.
Yeah, well, we're not. We're just supposed to infiltrate and get information and find out where they're going, right? Not necessarily follow it the entire way, but
you're supposed to find out where this treasure is going, what they're doing with it, because they're just it's a lot of places have been knocked over, so there's a lot of money just kind of funneling northward. And you're probably not the only group that has infiltrated some of the cult wagons. You're the only group here, more than likely, but there are several other caravans that are also heading north.
I don't know if Yuri needs anything else from this place.
Cool.
Probably just whenever possible, since we've identified a number of the cult members, if we can just lurk nearby them to see if they drop anything in snippets of conversation without drawing attention to ourselves.
Yeah, let me see. What would that be? Maybe a stealth or possibly a deception?
I can try either of those. I'm better at deception. Deception. Pretty good.
Ooh, nice.
Yuri rolling hot today.
Yeah, let's see here.
Even the party doesn't know where Yuri is. He just blends in so well.
He hunches so much, he's average sized. He's just very wide.
Like a turtle.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You'll probably hear a couple of different things. One, you'll probably hear Alex possibly talking to Drake about Karen. And Alex is just concerned that that person has been that Karen's part of the cult, and Drake just kind of whispers to him, it's like, not everybody who's in the cult is part of the cult's grand plans. We do need some fodder, and that will be her role.
Well.
Or Sharon, I guess.
Yeah, Sharon Rosewood.
Sharon.
Forgot about that.
Let's see. What else would you hear? You'd also hear that like some of the other cultists are asking questions about what's all this for? Like, are we going to get any of it? And they're kind of dismissed and they're told all in due time. Is there anything else? Is there anything specific you're hoping to hear? You did get a 21.
At this point, I think he's still trying to identify members that might be easier to shake down for information or who have looser lips.
Okay, yeah.
So with their core purpose being, find out what it's for and where it's going. Any kind of direction seeds he could comb from that, or if he can start to identify who the more important people in the caravan for the cult are, which would help them narrow down who would have the information they need.
Yeah, you're pretty sure Drake is calling the shot, so you'll confirm that. You'll detail out a lieutenant and some other shady folks that could be shaken down. All right, so yeah, you in a metagame capacity, you do have some people you could probably shake down and intimidate them. You might not want to do it so early in the in the trip because there's 60 days is a long time for them to tell on you. But yeah, you identify like some more of the leadership in this little section, and multiple of the cultists.
Nice. Okay. That's mostly what he's going for. He's self-aware enough that he knows he's a big presence, so I'm sure he'll cave at some point. 2 months is too long for Yuri to not be himself, so there will probably be some sort of incident. But that's good. He'll certainly share that with everyone else, over the course of the next day as they meet intermittently, never in the same place. But the most important thing there being that Drake is the one calling the shots, and then help them identify who a couple of the weak links are.
All right.
Karen.
Yeah.
Karen would like to plant some of her cult memorabilia on the man with the abused horses.
Okay.
It's a sting. It's a plant.
All right. So where are we? Where are you planting them? Like on his person, in his wagon somewhere?
I think in his wagon would be easiest. Like in a trunk of personal things he has, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, the group as a whole has plenty of stuff. You have like cult robes. You have a few masks, even.
Do we have any medallions?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be. You could definitely have something like that.
If we have a lot of robes, if we
robes.
replaced his entire wardrobe with robes, and he has no idea what they are, and he's like, "What are these? Guess I'll put one on."
Okay, that's good too. We're gonna do that as well.
And a meta capacity, probably not great early on.
Okay, we'll save that for later.
Right.
Get him killed by the cult members for giving away their secrets.
Okay, she's gonna plant a purple robe. Because how would he have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a medallion.
Okay.
It's like, I don't remember buying this, but it looks nice.
So
It's gonna backfire. They're gonna go to him for instructions. He's gonna start directing the cult members.
But then they're all gonna rip each other apart.
All right. For you to do that, you'll have to go out into the guarded yard with invisibility and other stuff and your cloak. You definitely have super mega advantage on this roll.
Yes.
And so I'll roll a guard's. Let's see. Is there a veteran? Well, that's no. That's too high level. Let's see, what do we have? A guard. That's more like it. Make sure this is never whisper rolls. Always roll advantage. He will roll at disadvantage. And you can roll your stealth roll.
Oh boy, okay.
And even if you get caught here, I think I don't think he's going to catch you. You're invisible. You just aren't able to accomplish your task via stealth. So if you want to try to do it another way, then that'd be fine. So you have to beat an 11 stealth roll.
Sounds good. I might need to burn a lucky on this. Who knows?
I'm
Here
good.
we go.
Let's see it.
Oh!
Yeah.
Karen!
Nice.
Sharon.
Sharon!
So Sharon, Karen, you easily make it past the guards. It's raining. It's dark. You are leaving little muddy footprints there, but you're so small that the guards don't see you moving through the wagons.
Water.
You climb up into his wagon and open up the chest and start rooting through his stuff. You do see lots of fine clothes and other things like that, but there's also a pretty large pouch of coins that are here.
She leaves that. She doesn't want to be too suspicious, but she does cut some like elbow holes in his robes so he looks shabbier.
Okay.
How these walls get in here?
And yeah.
Just annoying little things that's going to drive this guy up a wall.
All right. So yeah, you make it there. Plant the purple robes near the bottom and the medallion, and in the back, you see the tarp that's been draped over the silk to keep it from getting wet. And,
Askew the tarp, perhaps.
yeah, you can definitely get a little bit of water over on one side.
Like just a little bit, just enough to be annoying, but not to be completely detrimental, right? Like maybe it just slipped.
Okay.
She doesn't want this to look like a targeted hit job. Just like, whoops, maybe this rope broke in the night. Oh, dang.
Okay. Yeah, the tarp is tied down pretty tight to keep stuff like that from happening. So you can loosen one of the knots, and maybe it will do a little bit of damage to the silk.
Perhaps too tight.
What does the silk look like? Like what colors and stuff?
There's bolts and like if she peers under it, it's there's bolts and bolts and bolts of just very high quality silk. And he's been bragging about how it's going to turn him into a very rich man when he finally gets to Waterdeep.
This isn't exactly suspicious, but I would be interested to know how he acquired so much silk that's that good.
How would you like to find out this information?
I don't know, maybe like the next time he is bragging about a silk, Kyla could ask if that's not too suspicious.
Fine with me. Eerie.
You mean if you make it work?
Oh God!
Wait, what?
What?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Nothing.
Don't
Everything's
worry,
fine. All right. So yeah, that's there will definitely be an opportunity for you to do that. The next day, the rain has stopped for a little bit while everyone's moving out. Doesn't look like Barham saw you in the crowd, and if you weren't making an effort to contact him, then he eventually retires for the evening. And
how much do we trust Barham? Like,
Not at all.
As far as we can throw him?
He's clearly a third party. He's working for himself. He helped us out because it was convenient and he wanted to be involved some way. So, like...
He wanted a story.
Yeah. I'd say we could reach out to him at a later time once we have more of what we need, because we can't be guaranteed that he won't give us away. Even though we'll probably give ourselves away before he would.
Well.
I just think that in a meta capacity, but my character doesn't.
Sure. Yep, it doesn't look like he's joining the caravan, so you'll part ways again here.
Oh, okay.
He was just there.
I see. Okay. Well, then maybe we just keep that tidbit in the back pocket. Be like, hey, we saw you there.
He's like, yeah, of course you did. I'm amazing.
He's got high self-esteem.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the things that happens the next morning is the animal abuser. I've already forgotten his name again, since he's probably going to meet a grisly end before the end of this adventure. Let's see.
Is it Jerkwad McStinkface?
It's Nairit Verther.
Verther, yeah.
Verther.
Like further caramel.
Can you spell Nairethi or whatever it was?
Yeah, I'll put it in chat.
Nairit. Verther.
I'm going to call him Nairhite.
Nairhite. Okay. One of the things that happens the next morning is he is just chewing his guards' ass out because they were supposed to secure the tarp. And it came loose in the night and it damaged some of his silk. He said, that's coming out of your pay. This is unacceptable, and really just berates the guy.
Good.
And reduces his guard's payment by half.
Karen's gonna let this festering pot of emotions continue to brew.
Yes.
Karen gives Cobus a solemn wink.
Does he fire any of his guards?
Nope. He just reduces their wages, and then so right now the guards are kind of stuck with this right now, but after they get to a bigger town, they might abandon him.
if that happens, then Kyla will probably offer to help keep an eye on things there as well.
Can I walk over to the guards and just kind of like, hey, buddy, I heard what happened. I'm real sorry about that, man. I don't know. Just looked like you got the real butt chewing, you know?
I don't know what happened. My knots don't slip.
I don't know, man. I'm just sorry that you got such a yelling at. That was a little uncalled for out there in public like that.
It's like, yeah.
Seems a little unprofessional, but I am not a businessman.
Yeah, the guy's kind of a jerk, but he's who's paying him away right now. So
yeah, I hear you. All right, you take care.
He
Talk
asked,
to you later.
he asked how are the animals doing? You seem to have a way with them.
Yeah, they're doing a little better. You know, I have to keep track of them, but as long as we stay vigilant, we'll make sure they see through this. If there's anything ever you fellas need, you are always welcome to ask. You know, we have to work together in these caravans.
You want to use Yuri's little line?
But he undid the tie himself so he could dock their pay. Oh, there you go. Absolutely, yeah. That's a beautiful
guy
idea.
said his knots never slip. So
Yeah.
It is a little suspicious that you guys do seem pretty vigilant in yourselves in your work and ethic. Kind of wonder if he isn't trying to get as much money out of this as he can, you know? Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Give me a persuasion roll. We'll say success. You're starting to drive a wedge. He's not 100% convinced. What's a failure? What's an interesting failure option?
Maybe they just kind of...
Maybe he thinks... Maybe you plant this idea in his head that somebody else has undid the knot for some reason.
Yeah. Maybe they just shut themselves off from my woos.
Oh
no!
I would call that a failure.
Luck, please.
Yeah, we'll say DC is probably 11.
I feel like I do much better than that. Oh my god!
Crit fail! All right.
Twice! Not once, but twice!
Holy crap. Well, I'll let you roll that one free at advantage there, see? So, oh no, I'm sorry. So yeah, you do plant the idea that somebody has untied the knot, but he thinks it's you.
Crap.
So he is now just anytime you're over near the wagons, he's just keeping both eyes on you.
I am 100% behaving myself from here on out then.
Cobus pretends he doesn't know how to tie knots now.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to untie a knot.
What is a knot?
I cannot not.
I cannot not.
All right.
I feel like that's our first double crit fail.
Yeah,
that was
Impressive.
That's impressive. Can I nominate him for inspiration for that particular purpose?
Sure.
As a symbolic gesture.
Well,
Cobus,
thank you.
feel free to take an extra inspiration. Cap at 3.
Alrighty.
Day 23, just to give you a heads up, I'm going to try to do an interlude. So try to not have 3 inspiration at that point if you want to gain 1.
You got
I
it.
have none inspiration right now.
Oh, no. You
It's
can
okay. I think I used it last. I had one last session. I used it for something that felt important, and I think it went off okay.
I think it was to get your bounty poster.
Ah, yeah, that was it.
That's very valuable. Yeah.
I do not regret that.
That's what Kyla uses to teach you to read.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I think successfully like messing with this guy and getting putting elbow holes in some of his clothes is worthy of inspiration. So go ahead and take an inspiration, Karen.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, like throughout the day, he's like scratching at his elbow every once in a while, and then later in the day, he actually realizes he has a hole in one of his elbow shirts, and he's like, "What the hell?" He just seems to be in a slightly sour mood today. But the rain's going off and on for the next few days. Day 13. After 2 more days and nights of rain, lightning, and strange whistling sounds on the wind, you awaken to see that the surrounding countryside is just blanketed with fungus. It grows everywhere, including on the road. And when anyone steps on one of these puffball mushrooms, it's nearly impossible not to. It emits a puff of black spores and a moan of pain. And just the entire roadway is just covered with them. This happened sometime during the nights, like as the sun started coming up, they just started sprouting and growing like crazy. They're growing fast enough where you can almost see them expanding.
Well, that's not good.
So there's just fungus everywhere now?
Yeah, there's like these little puffballs that are growing and growing and growing.
Are they poisonous or just...
Do you have nature trained?
I think Kyla would ask Kobus, to be honest. He seems to be the one with the most knowledge on this.
I'd be super interested in taking this fungus as a potential ingredient.
Okay. We'll say DC 10 to identify what they might be useful for.
I'm afraid to roll now.
The taste of the beverage makes you go, oh.
That'd be great.
Yeah, a failure. You're not 100% sure what these are. With a DC 10.
Do we have the detect magic ritual?
I do.
I think you do, yeah.
I can do that. I'll be happy to spend a spell to...
Yeah, there's you cast it and start looking around and trying to step carefully. But the mushrooms do not appear to emanate any kind of magic.
Gotcha.
I'm going to kind of shrug my shoulders like, well, I'm not sure, but I'm going to bottle some up. I'm going to experiment it on as we travel.
Yeah, you take some of the smaller ones and put them in your jar, but you can't get too many of them in there because they are just like expanding inside the jar itself and still growing. The other thing that you could get is you could get some of the spores themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, eventually it's like the situation isn't fixing itself, and the caravan's like, well, we need to move out, but when they try to get like the horses to move through them, it starts spooking them with the little moans that are dying under their feet. After about 30 minutes, they started out about cork size, now they're about 6 inches big.
Perhaps we could burn it away?
Oh, Karen's on it.
Fire does seem to be a good idea.
I'm gonna have Kyla ask permission from... I forget her name, but the person who is in charge, like, no nonsense.
She's not really in charge. She just kind of took care of some things. Let's see, where was she?
She's the dwarf guard.
Yeah, I would still ask her, though, because she might have experience with something like this.
It's Eldkin Agatul.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, she's not 100% sure what to make of this, but yeah, she looks up as you approach.
So I see that we seem to have an issue with all of this fungus. Is it possible that we could burn it away?
Good luck getting it to burn. It's been raining for 4 days now. I mean, how powerful a wizard are you?
Reasonably. I might be able to do something.
And this isn't like... Oh, I'm sorry, go.
If I remember correctly, somebody else in the caravan, I think, had some kind of fiery staff that they used back with the hobgoblins. Not sure who it was, but perhaps they could use it if we could find them.
She points over at the gnome with the flaming staff. There's like a fiery crystal on the top that's always glittering.
It is Karen, right? Out of character.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said gnome, so I wasn't sure.
Karen's already walking over. Hey, do you need some fire?
Oh wait, yeah, she's a halfling. She's not a gnome. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. They're up there all short, right?
Irony band. That's heightest.
All right.
Hey, she's small for a halfling.
So, what would you like to do, Karen? Use your staff of fire to...
Yeah, I was going to try and cast Wall of Fire in like a straight line away from us on the road to see how much she can burn up. See if it actually does anything.
Range 120 feet. 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick. Oh, heck yeah.
Foot thick. That's not very thick. But maybe it'll spread?
Maybe.
1 feet in diameter.
The spores just ignite like an explosion, creating fireworks.
I told you there'd be fireworks.
I'll let you lay it down on its side so it's 20 feet thick and 1 foot high.
Oh, thank you.
So you can just clear out a huge path of along these things. I believe that uses up 4 charges, so you can get 2 of those.
I'll save the last 2 in case I need them.
And you never want to use the last charge because
I
there's
know.
a chance to break. I mean, if you have to, you have to, but...
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you're able to clear off whoosh, whoosh, like you use the staff, and it just burns a path all the way down the road. Because it's been raining all the time, you don't have to worry about fire spreading or anything like that. It instantly dies down. But when you do, there's just like this cacophony of just horrible screams. Not screams, but just these strange, unsettling moans. But
that's so creepy to imagine.
the horses are not pleased, but they're chained up to their wagons, and the teamsters can keep control of them. That's cleared out a pretty solid path, but there's still a little bit more to clear to get out. And at this point, each of the puff balls is now about a foot wide, but they seem to have stopped growing.
Wow, it really only took them like a few minutes there, and they just doubled in size.
I picture this took about 30 minutes so far.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm getting Invasion of Body Snatchers vibes here.
Can I start blasting them apart with Eldritch Blast? See if that does anything.
Yeah, you can. You can start making progress further down the road. That does kick up a lot of the spores, kind of in the air when you're doing that.
Right.
And it would take a while if just you were doing stuff like that.
I'm not sure if this would attract too much attention, but Dragon's Breath, after it's casted, it can just be used over and over again, because it lasts for a whole minute.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 charges on that, so if you guys think that wouldn't attract too much attention, then you could do fire or lightning.
I think anybody who's tossing fire around is probably going to attract some attention. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it, you know?
You're just like...
You do it once, and then Yuri walks up the room and goes... a 5-foot by 30-foot line, and then goes and sits back down.
It was very spicy chili at lunchtime.
No, if you want to spend a spell slot, you'd be able to get the rest of the way through. If you were going to rely on Allie, then she would probably be fatigued by the end of this, just casting the cantrip over and over and over and over.
No, I'll definitely help.
A warlock. No spell slots for this.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, you cast it on yourself and just start breathing fire over and over. And it definitely has kind of that dragony feel to it. You sitting there, burning your way through. Alex looks over at you, kind of impressed. That was Sharon's little contact.
Points with the cult.
And you were going to tell Karen about what Alex said about her for fair play.
she would laugh.
So yeah, the way is clear, and the caravan kind of applauds your efforts, and you leave that huge patch of strange fungus on behind you. Day 13. So the rain has finally stopped, and now he's had to the merchant has had to change his clothes a few times, and each time he does, he's like checking his elbow holes, and he's like, "How the heck did this happen?" He starts narrowing his eyes at one of his guards, but he doesn't say anything because his money wasn't taken, so.
Haha.
Little confused about that. But yeah, you start making your way into this hilly area known as the Trollclaw Hills. And rumors and tales of trolls ripple up and down the caravan as you approach them. Torches are lit and handed out to everyone, even though it's still daylight. And even the eyes of veterans dart nervously toward sounds in the tall grasses that are flanking the road. Hands rest tensely on the hilts of weapons during the slow journey, and at night, large bonfires are built up, and the wagon groups sleep a little closer to each other. Nothing to do there. Then we'll move on to day 16, where we're crossing the ford.
And the troll claws, where we need fire, based on what that lady told us.
Yep.
I just had a really good excuse for why Kyla was able to breathe fire. Instead of being descended from a gold dragon, she could be descended from the red dragon up north.
Uh-huh.
You
know what the dragon's name is?
No. Which is the problem.
Fire mouth.
I'm just saying, if anybody from the cult asks her about it, because I know someone noticed, then I might have an excuse.
You are not worthy to hear the name.
Yes.
Flawless.
I think Alex might try to recruit you.
Oh?
Yeah. You wanted to do that before the Trollclaw Ford?
Yeah, we could do that.
Cool.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, so probably one of the nights where the bonfires are big and the wagons have gotten closer together. People are a little bit freer moving from group to group. He'll come sit down next to your or he'll stand next to your fire and ask if you want to go take a walk real quick.
Sure. Is something the matter?
No. Just wanted to talk to you about some things.
Oh yes, of course.
And he expresses how impressed he was that you were able to breathe fire like almost like a dragon, and he wondered if you had any connections to dragons.
I do, actually. I'm descended from a red dragon, distantly related, very far up north. I'm still completely human, but that's where I get my abilities from. Very
impressive. You are indeed blessed by the gods, I'd say. He'll go into like a little spiel about what the cult can do for you and what you can do for the cult. He doesn't call it the cult. He just says he's part of an organization that where your talents would be where your talents could prove very useful. And he just is kind of trying to gauge whether or not you'd be interested in joining such a thing.
I kind of want to talk about this with everybody out of character, because I'm not sure exactly, if Kyla should say yes or not. I think it depends on what other people think as well.
Well, you could ask him if you can think about it.
Yeah, then I could talk about people. Then I could talk to people in character. That's fun.
I think you should go with your gut.
Definitely.
I know that out of character, this party will support you no matter what you decide.
Absolutely.
Very true, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. I mean, there could be advantages and disadvantages, but it's certainly narratively interesting. So if you as a player would have fun with it, then you should do it.
Yeah, I think she'll say, yes, that does sound quite interesting. If I could have some more details, I would love to see those.
And so, before we do details, there'd definitely be a tryout period. How attached are you to your merchant?
Oh crap. The gold door?
Hold on 1 second. This might be important.
Yeah, take it.
Sure, go for it.
Kyla has leveled up her social link with the cult.
Or would it be probably the devil? No, the devil's like a... Yeah, this would be appropriate, because
It's like a devil's
it'd be like a bargain.
Devil's bargain, yeah.
That's part of the representation. The tower.
Yeah.
Heading towards the tower.
I'm just very concerned. Like, my main concern is that the party will be split up. Like, if Kyla gets assigned on a mission or something, but the party is doing something else, and we have to kind of balance both of those.
I mean, the caravan's going to be together till we reach Waterdeep. At some point, we're probably going to blow the lid off of the cultists, and you can be like, aha, I was working against you, you fools!
I mean, we're all kind of separate, like, within the caravan right now. I don't, in a meta capacity, I don't think he, as the DM, would have extended periods of us being in completely opposite places, unless it, like, really made narrative sense, but I don't think it'll be a problem. And as a player, I don't mind, taking a back seat and watching some cool RP and stuff happen too, so.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
This is... One second. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Is there any more pasta sauce, or was that all of it?
Oh, so, yeah, my wisdom teeth appointment just got scheduled to 2 days from now, so that's lovely.
Hey.
Oh boy. Just enjoy it for what it is. It'll, you'll have a relaxing time sitting around not having to do anything but exist. Probably. Well, I'm gonna go use the restroom while we're on break. So I'll be right back.
Are we muted?
I can mute us if you want.
I'm gonna chew real loud.
Alright, I'm gonna mute.
That's a good idea. I'm going to do the same.
All right, I'm back. I'll just, Zuzki, if you're still here, I'll just open up people's character sheets for you. Where'd it go? Ah, there we go. So we have Karen Bramblefoot, who is a halfling warlock. Let's see. And we are level 5 at this point. Let's see. Cobus Scalewort is a druid, the shapeshifter path, the path of the moon, I believe. He is a green dragonborn. We have Kyla Nightgem, who is a human sorcerer, dragon-blooded, descended from a gold dragon. One of the things I want to get Zuzki is a little thing that goes along the bottom of the screen that just has this information available. Ignatius Uri is a Path of Glory paladin. He's a brass dragonborn. And there's a couple of NPCs in the group. Ugg, the half-orc barbarian. He likes to kill stuff. And Ia Kirandor, she is a high elf life cleric. She likes to heal stuff. And right now we are, I think the rest of the group might be on break. I can't hear anybody. Do. Sorry, I had to interrupt the game for that. Dentist was calling to say, we can get your daughter in for her wisdom teeth removal. Whee! Welcome to the stream, Zusky. And I think we're about halfway through the Hoard of the Dragon Queen. I think the Tyranny of Dragons is made up of 2 modules, and we're halfway through the first module, where we've embedded ourselves. The party has embedded itself in a caravan. They're trying to track down where they're taking all this treasure and what they're going to be doing with it.
I will be right back. Give me just a second. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Cool.
Well, that's good, Kaylee. You'll get it over with.
Yeah, she just stepped away too. But yeah, that's what she was saying. She was like nervous when I immediately asked her, but then she was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Better to get it over with.
Yeah.
I am back. Allie is not yet back.
Cool.
Everything good?
Yep. Just had a dentist call me to say, hey, we just had an opening and we can bump Kaylee's appointment up to Monday.
Very cool. She had mentioned something similar.
I didn't hear what you guys were talking about. Anything I need to be aware of, or just player plans that I don't need to know about?
It's kind of player plans a bit, just kind of Kaylee and us sort of talking about, what the potential consequences are of infiltrating the cult. And basically us just reaffirming that, we're kind of already separated anyway, and there's really nothing to worry about, and we're all going to have each other's backs no matter what.
I missed most of that conversation, but I stand by the sentiment.
Alright.
So was that Kaylee or Allie? I didn't hear the voice. So.
It was me.
I am here also.
But that was Kaylee.
Cool. So yeah, the guy had just asked you. So how attached are you to that merchant that you're working for?
Well, I suppose we don't really talk that much. I don't know him that well. He's just hired me, so I do what he asked of me, but we don't really have any personal connection or anything.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember who hired you? Because I forgot who it was.
The Gold Dwarf.
Gold Dwarf. Lai Anguston. Let's see. He's hauling scented cooking oils and perfumes from Amn. As he'd ask you what he's hauling.
Yeah, she would say scented cooking oils and perfume from Amn.
Anything else he wants to know? All right, and let's see. I didn't have any of this planned out, so I'm having to kind of think on my feet here about what he would want right away. I think nothing. He's going to get back to you in a few days and tell you what your first task will be if you. This is like the initiation kind of thing. If you still want to join, and if not, then you can't join.
Sounds good.
All right. So yeah, the trolls don't happen to attack in the night. You make it to the ford around day 16.
I'm sorry, what did you call it?
The Troll Claws Ford.
Oh, okay. What does that word mean?
A ford is like a shallow part in a river that you can usually cross by foot. There's still bits of it that are underwater, but you can wade across it.
Okay, thank you.
Luckily, it stopped raining for a bit, so you'll be fine to cross it without having to make any kind of fancy wagon rolls. All right, we are day 16. The road winds lazily through the mist-shrouded grassy hills to a ruined hamlet. The remains of this town straddle the river at this fording point. It was abandoned a dozen winters ago, and few walls remain standing in this ghost town. Fresh gouges have been cut into the earth to get at burrowing animals under the toppled remains of buildings, and one of the veterans easily identifies the clawed-up earth as a sign of trolls in the area. It's about midday when you make it to the river. That's by design. Like you probably camped a little bit early last night so that you could hit this point at noon. Get across the river as quickly as you can, and then and try to get as far away as you can during the rest of the day. Let's go over to a tactical map just for fun. To show you what kind of a ford kind of looks like.
Neat.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course we need a close-up view.
Naturally.
Right, guys, right. There's no trolls in this game.
I don't even know what a trawl is.
Where's the search? There it is. Wagon. There we go. Watch when I drag out this little horsey wagon. Bloop.
Right.
So,
Aww.
That's cute. Oh, now they're bigger.
there we go.
Oh my gosh.
That's better.
It's growing as fast as the fungus.
Oh no.
It was infectious.
All right. So yeah,
Giant horses.
you have a whole bunch of wagons that are kind of
Squish.
squished. Oh, too fat. There we go. Bloop. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of wagons that are coming through this this little ford area. Are there any preparations you want to do before you cross the ford? This looks like a good spot for a troll ambush.
No.
Let me
Doesn't look like a good spot for it. I don't know.
You know what? I don't want to get sucked into the undertow of the water, so I'm going to take off all of my armor.
And Kylo will cast mage armor.
And store my shield in a wagon.
For
Karen,
safekeeping, you know. I don't want anybody to be able to steal it while I'm in the water.
this fun fact may have come up before, but in addition to not being able to read, Karen also can't swim.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Too bad you can't teleport.
That'd be neat, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She can spider climb on the bottom of the...
That was how many charges you regained. So you are back up to full. I think it's 1d6 plus 4. It may just be 1d6. Let me see. Staff of Fire.
I have it up. It's 1d6 plus 4, yep.
Nice. So yeah,
Cool.
you're back up to full charges if you need it. Before you get here, one of the things that some of the veterans are talking about are they say that trolls, one of their things that they do is they can regenerate health. The only thing that the only kind of damage they can't regenerate is fire and acid damage. So they've handed out torches to everybody if anybody wants one. Some of the archers have flaming arrows at the ready. And it just seems really quiet. Like you hear the bubbling of the brook, but you don't hear any animal sounds in the area. So you think there's probably some trolls somewhere around here.
Are the cultists wearing armor of any kind, like Alex and Drake?
Some of the guards are, and Drake is dressed as a merchant. You're not sure. He doesn't have any outward signs of like heavy armor or anything like that, but he might be wearing leather under his clothes or something.
Got it. And what about Alex? I think that was...
Yeah, he's dressed more like a guard, but he is wearing leather armor.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just looking over my spells really quick.
Yeah, something like if people had mage armor, that might be a good idea to cast, or any kind of buff spells that you might want to cast and not waste your first turn of combat on.
Oh, mage armor is always
I have 3 charges of mage armor if anybody else needs it, or you guys have any suggestions for people who might need it. Or we could cast it on one of my pseudo dragons and send them ahead and see if there are any trolls up the way.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Is this daytime or nighttime?
Daytime. It's high noon.
Okay.
It's tiny.
It's a very dramatic time of day.
Yeehaw. You've eaten your last haw. Yeah, I don't really think I have anything I need.
I mean, I could go ahead and throw a enlarge on Yuri or Ugg if they would like.
Yuri does love attention being drawn to himself.
We should cast enlarge on the pole. The
Oh
guy
my
who's
gosh,
like,
yeah.
7
Oh.
feet tall. He's already a large, so he'd be a huge guy.
Oh my god.
He just turns into a kaiju.
Actually, that only lasts for a minute, so I'm gonna wait and just have it prepared.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Let's see here. They don't have a real great hide skill, but if you want to, send one of your little dragonlings up above, tell me where he's going and tell me what he's doing.
I think I'm gonna send Scorch up on, just flying over and seeing if he can identify how many trolls there are, if there are any.
All right. Let's see here. So you send him up in the air. Go ahead and roll a perception for him.
All right, let me pull up the pseudo dragon stat.
That's a stealthy damn troll.
Let's see. Okay, so +3 to perception.
Roll it. Did that just roll?
18.
God dang it. I got a 19. You can watch the VOD or clip what just happened on the stream.
No, I believe you.
But it got stupid stats. Why do you do this? I think because I inherited the module, it set all this stuff up the way they like to run the game.
Mm.
I will fix that now, though. Always whisper rolls. Never whisper rolls. Everything's public. So if I kill a character...
You changed that earlier.
It's per monster. And some of the monsters I've forgotten to do that to.
Oh, that's annoying.
Can I do this? Okay. Never whisper rolls. All right. Trolls are now set up appropriately. Yeah, the Scorch flies up. He flies around for a little bit. He says, "No, I don't see any trolls."
All right. Well, thank you for checking.
They're big, right? I should be able to see them.
Oh yes, they're quite big.
Yeah, I flew up, looked around, and couldn't find anything. Good luck, boss.
Right. Thank you, Scorch.
And he flies up high in the air. All right, you guys want to go across with this first wagon?
You know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Kyla will be ready to cast Fireball at a moment's notice.
All right, drag your peeps out. Oops,
Goes the weasel.
I just drug Ugg onto the GM layer.
Ooh, there's a little rock out here.
Wounded.
I got the giant toad on the standby.
Giant toad looming on the cliff.
Just in case.
Lightning strikes and illuminates its form for a moment.
Everybody everybody should be at full health. Your luck points should be regenerated at this point.
Oh, nice.
So let's get started. If you click your token, you should see a little initiative button up in the top left. Bloop.
Always good. Always convenient.
Why are we rolling initiative, Mr. Dungeon Master? There's not combat, is there?
Oh my goodness.
My rolls are terrible today.
Poor Kevin.
I am rolling quite
Oh
well.
my.
Too well, in fact.
Oh no, I forgot to do the turn tracker. Alright, we have a bugbear, get rid of him. We have a mage, get rid of him. We have goblins, get rid of them. Oh crap, I got 2 copies of everybody because I forgot to clear it. Alright, Yuri, what'd you roll for initiative?
I got a 19.
Okay, I will delete your 13. Kyla, what'd you roll?
9.
Delete your 7. Ugh, what'd you roll? He didn't roll anything.
Oops.
Karen, what'd you roll?
I got a 10.
Delete your 6. Kobus, you got a 4 or a 4. I'll delete the 4. If you want to roll for Ugg, if he wants to participate in this combat.
There we go. Oh my god.
Why did I do that?
No, it's great. It's great. Kyle is swinging around this halberd.
Alright.
Oh no! She has Frulam's halberd. I really hope none of the cultists recognize that.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's right.
No!
Alex is like, so where'd you get that?
Auction.
Whew.
Liquidation sale.
So yeah, you start crossing the stream, and this massive troll just like burst up out of the ground. It was like buried itself under earth and leaves and bushes, and it just it explodes up. There's a little bitty lip here, like you can climb up it no problem. It just takes a couple of points of movement to get up there. Probably not for Yuri since you magic springy boy, but other people will have to spend that.
That is one of my aliases.
Magic springy boy.
Magic string.
Oh yes.
This is arena persona.
What would you like to do, Yuri?
I think Yuri is just advancing with the wagon, trying to keep a wary eye out, because we haven't spotted the troll at this point, have we?
On the north, I just said he exploded out of the ground. And...
Oh, I missed the I'm sorry. I get to act first, eh? Oh, can we see where the troll is in the initiative order? I don't see him on the tracker.
Why is he not on the tracker?
He should have been an 8, I think.
Oh, I just realized it didn't have
And then there was another one that was 15. Oh, there are 2 that were 15.
Why can't I move him? What is going on? Is he in the map and background? Oh. Dork. Go to the token layer. Get to the token. Select him. Looks like he's going right after you.
Oh boy. Use the watch together. I'm going to keep it paused for a minute so that it doesn't explode with volume when people join. Okay, I think Yuri throws caution to the wind. He's been waiting for something to happen. He's been a good boy for 2 weeks, so he's going to dive in head first. He's going to use a bonus action to activate his channel divinity for his peerless athlete. And then he's going to leap forward right next to the troll, and he's going to try to grapple it.
Oh! Nice. Oh, did I just move something? No, okay. Whew. I thought I just moved the entire map. Let go, button. Jeez, I'm having some Roll20 issues today. Alright, so... Yeah, you're able to just leap that distance with your magic boots and your crazy athletic stuff, so go ahead and give me a roll and tell me what I need to do.
I'm just trying to remember if it's a fighting roll or if... I think it's a contested athletics. Maybe?
Is it athletics or strength? I think you get a choice.
Well,
I may be remembering wrong.
Gotcha. Let's see.
Search grapple.
It came up with
Beat grappler. You develop the skill necessary to hold your own in close quarters. You have advantage on attack rolls against creatures you are grappling. You can use your action. No.
Yeah, it's under making an attack, under grappling. Use the attack action to make a special thing. Can be no more than one size larger than you and within your reach. A grapple check instead of an attack roll. Strength, athletics, contested by the target's athletics or dexterity. And then if I succeed, they're grappled. So I will go ahead and do this. I got a 20. So he can either roll athletics or dexterity to contest.
I think he will do an untrained athletics, which will just be strength. Ooh.
Oh, see, that is not good.
Nice.
You get him in an arm lock. I'll say because of his little failed grapple, he will not get one of his attacks.
Nice. And he takes, I think, 1d4, 2 grapple damage from me because of my fighting style. So that's one of my attacks, and then I'm going to use my second attack to just try to choke him out and make a normal fighting attack.
Nice. You get Are you a grappler? Do you get advantage on this roll?
I do not. I don't have that feat. So
nice.
It's a miss, I presume.
Yeah, he's got an armor class of 15. We will reduce his hit points by 2 for now.
Nice.
Right.
And he's grappled, so he cannot move. He has a speed of 0, but suffers no other penalties at this time.
All right. It's his turn now, so he goes back up to full health.
Makes sense.
+2. And so he will try to multi-attack. He doesn't care if he's not... He doesn't care if he can't move. So multi-attack. The troll makes 3 attacks, 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. It will do 1 bite and 1 claw.
Oh god, okay.
Oh no!
Got this, Yuri.
Does a 12 hit you?
It does not. My AC is 19 right now.
Even with all of the armor and the shield gone, because nobody can.
No, I did keep those things.
So yeah, he bites down on your shoulder. You smell his fetid breath, but your pauldron like gets caught in his teeth, and he rakes his claws across your back. But the armor protects you.
Excellent.
Karen, it is your turn.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cast the abjuration, whatever the heck I just posted in chat. I was trying to add fireball to my sheet because I don't have it, but I would like to use it.
Okay.
Fireball.
Yeah.
I'm also resistant to fire damage if it ever comes up.
If I angle it like here, it's 20 feet.
Hold on 1 second. If you close your sheet, I can add that to your spell list real quick.
That would be lovely.
What do you want?
Just fireball.
You should be able to pull it up in the compendium and then just drag it
I'm just not good at roll 20. I'm not quick like I need to be.
There you go. Oops, I did the wrong thing.
He did the same thing she did.
I was trying to delete that. I'll get that. Oh, wait, there we go. Trash this blank one. There you go. Now that looks like a respectable sheet.
Hooray!
So are you doing this from your Staff of Fire?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to angle it so that it hits like here, so the splash damage would get him, but it would be centered on the troll himself, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
I don't want to hit Yuri if I can avoid it.
You can avoid it, so go ahead.
I guess I have to cast at level 3 because that's the lowest it can be cast at, I think.
Yep.
So there we go.
Cool, and I need to make a dexterity save.
That is the lowest fireball damage I have ever seen in my life.
Worse than
Look at that.
12?
That's bad.
1, 4, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1.
Now
Insane.
Now you know how it feels.
You beat X record.
There's some strange juju.
Wow.
Am I allowed to luck a damage roll?
Typically no. If you spent your inspiration and a luck point, okay.
Spent. This is embarrassing.
Now you know how I feel. I was gonna kill that whole party and then roll a 13. There you go.
There we go.
Now let's see if this agile troll is nimble on his feet. Dexterity.
-5.
Oh no!
Dang.
So he takes
almost the same.
14
Half
damage.
It's still more than he would have taken.
All right, and I will mark him with a special symbol to say, hey, my regeneration's not working. All right, Kyla Night Gem, if that's your real name.
Hopefully. Alright. So, first things first. She's gonna move over to here. And going to cast fireball.
Actually, 1 second. So when you move over this water over here, you get an attack of opportunity from a troll that bursts from the water.
No!
Come at me, bruh.
We're gonna die!
Well, I think we'll be okay, considering he wasn't able to get claws or mouth on me.
All right, so
But
you're
we're so little.
right here when he tries to attack you. We will go for 1 claw attack on Kyla. Will a 20 hit you?
Well, but honestly, just barely.
Okay. That should only be 10 damage. It did not actually crit. I just always roll at advantage.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
The horses scream and like tug at the reins. I'm not gonna make Ugg roll anything to not get trampled by a horse, but there is this thing just explodes up out of the water and swipes at you, rakes its claws across your back.
Ow. Alright, so Kyla's going to cast Fireball, but she's also going to use Quicken spell, so that becomes a bonus action when she spends 2 sorcery points.
Nice. Spend your 2 sorcery points and cast your spell.
DC is 15.
It
says 14.
What are you casting?
Fireball.
Fireball. All right. Well, cast it.
And right on this troll up here, but again,
Holy crap.
same thing that Karen did with the splash damage.
My goodness.
Nice.
Yay, yay, yay.
Dang. Some twinkle-toed trolls.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, only take 18 damage.
It's a good roll.
Troll and airbender?
You could have got both trolls.
I could have, and I think that is what I will do.
All right.
Unless that also hits Yuri.
No, you can swing it so that it doesn't. Let's see here.
If it had to
Or
include me, I'm okay with that.
That troll did not.
Oh,
Slipped on a rock.
Oof. Yeah, but he just bursted from the water. Maybe he should get like a little hit points.
That sounds accurate.
He's got a little bit of fire resist. All right, so but his regeneration is also suspended.
Alright, and that was her bonus actions. Now for action, I'm going to try out this fancy new halberd on the troll next to Yuri.
Ooh.
Because it reaches 10 feet.
His armor class is 15.
This is going to be probably embarrassing.
Yuri is hanging from its neck,
I see.
holding it in place.
19.
Click the little halberd button underneath it. So
0 slashing damage.
Oh no!
Well,
so you whip out this halberd. It thocks into its shoulder, but it doesn't even seem to care. It just twists away from you. Cobus, it's your turn.
All right. I was going to enlarge Yuri, but with this all of a sudden splashing up troll that next to the horses here, I'm going to instead cast Moonbeam on that one.
All right.
Nice.
And that is a 5-foot radius, really tall. Takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. And each of its turns after I cast a spell, I can use the action to move the beam up to 60 feet in any direction.
So that's right here, you said?
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to hippity-hoppity into a big old toad.
Is that a bonus action to change?
It is.
Can you click the text? I didn't 100% understand what I'm supposed to do here for your spell.
Moonbeam?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see how.
Make sure to
Yeah,
spend your
actually-
spell slot.
I did? Whoop, not yet. No, I did.
Can you
I think it would actually cover the troll completely.
Oh, it's a 5-foot radius, so yeah. Whoop, wrong thing. I'll just put it here, so it's on top of the troll, but...
Beautiful.
2d10 radiant damage. Okay, so roll 2d10 for me, and I will make a Constitution save.
Hey.
Ooh, it did not make it. So 14 more damage for Junior here.
All right. And I turned into the toad and moved next to the troll. And that's going to be my turn for now.
Perfect. Ugh. What would you like to do?
Ugg is probably just going to immediately rage and run towards the one that burst out of the water because it's closest.
Sounds legit.
Let's see, where's his sheet? He is.
Blah, 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 blah.
Go into a furious rage. And he will recklessly attack probably 3 times in total.
Cool.
Yeah.
I
Frenzy. You
feel
can go
bad
into
for the troll, not really though.
Well, going into a rage is a bonus action, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So he only gets 2 attacks the first time. So, Great Axe. Does that hit?
Yeah, 15 will hit.
Here's first attack. There's second attack.
Woo.
All right. For the first attack, he took over 15 points of slashing damage. So let me see what happens here. What did I get? A 4?
Yep.
Nothing else happens. All right. So yeah, he comes in and just wails on this thing for 22 damage points. This thing is not looking good.
22?
16 plus 6. Oh, plus the 2 4s. Yeah. Or the 2 2s that winds up 4. There we go. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, Ugg jumps into the water. Where he's at right now, the water is waist deep. But it's pushing him back towards the ford, so he can't get moved by it, and he just wails into the troll a couple of times. Yuri, it's your turn.
Okay. What I would like to do, Yuri would like to try to throw this troll into the other troll so that they're both in the moonbeam. I don't know how that would work mechanically, but I do have my athlete thingy going if that helps me at all.
Yeah, since you have the athletics thing, probably I think this would be a difficult task, even still. So probably a strength roll to see if you can do it. I'd say probably DC 14.
Okay.
And
I have advantage on
you
my
have advantage
roll.
on strength rolls, so athletics check. Sorry.
Okay.
So you get your skill bonus too.
Whew.
Whew. So yeah, you heave ho and toss him in that direction. Now you can make your attack roll.
Okay.
And I'd say his AC would probably be around 10 to hit that square. If you want to actually damage the guy, it'll be a 14 though. Like he'll probably still go in the square, but you don't get to like roll damage on the troll. He'll just splash into the water and bump the guy.
Sounds good.
Oh, nice.
Bam.
Woo.
Damage 2d6 or 1d6 plus your strength. How about that?
Plus 3.
And this guy,
5 damage.
cool. Do 5 damage to both of them. And this guy is prone.
Many enemies in a small radius. My favorite.
I live to serve.
Anything else to do with your bonus action?
I think breathing fire takes an action, but let me double check that.
I think by default it does, but I thought that was lame and we called it a bonus action.
If we decided on that, I forgot, and I'd be happy to do that.
It's up to you.
Yep. All right. So yeah, I'll go ahead and follow it up with my fire breath to hit both of them. Let's see here. Breath weapon. Oh, whoops! I have a. Here it is. Dragon breath.
Dexterity.
Oh, I don't get the grapple bonus. Funny enough.
First one or top one? Nope. And
4.
I'll just use the other 4 there. So they both take, what, 4 damage? 4 more fire damage. So tell me how this epic feat looks there, Yuri.
So I think Yuri is dangling from its neck, just trying to get a chokehold in on it, maybe posting on its shoulders. Like, how tall are these things?
9 feet tall.
Okay, so not a huge amount taller than him, so maybe he's on its back with his elbow around its throat, standing on the small of its back and pulling it as Kyla is poking at it with the halberd, and he sort of swings around on its neck in a downward throwing motion, so he uses the momentum of his swing to throw it through the air into the water, and then as they're colliding together, he uses his boots to jump up in the air after it and does a column of fire on the way down.
Very cool.
Really
Yeah.
just showboating at this point.
And he gets 2d10 damage for hitting the moonbeam, right?
I think he technically takes it when he starts his turn in the thingy.
That's
Okay.
correct, yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll 2d10. I'll make another Constitution save for him.
Go for it, kid.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Another 15 damage. All right, so let's see. He's going to stand up for half his move. And then he's going to multi-attack.
Sounds right.
And he's no longer damaged by fire, so he can't regenerate this turn, but he can regenerate next turn. He's going to... Is it easier to hit Ugg now that he's did a reckless attack or anything like that?
Yeah, they get advantage to hit him.
I think he'll probably swing one swipe at you, and then a bite and a claw at Ugg. We'll do a claw at you. It's an 18 hit you?
My AC is 19.
Oh. All right, and then we'll try to hit Ugg here.
Everything's coming up, Yuri.
So 25 hit him.
That will hit him, yeah.
He'll take 8 piercing, but he gets some sort of resistance because he's raging.
Yep. It takes half.
Half? That's lame. And then half of 11 damage, so 5 more damage.
Alright. These trolls better get with it.
So yeah, he splashes Buck out of the water. The wagon starts moving. Kyla, you have to move out of the way. And go ahead and... Ooh, it's the other troll's turn. Yeah, I think he will focus fire on... Who just was... Everybody's wailing on him. The toad, the barbarian...
He was also in the moonbeam.
He's in the moonbeam. I think he's going to go after the toad, maybe. So he'll do one swipe at the toad.
Heck, would you like to do a DC save?
Yeah, of course I want to do a DC save. Oh, he doesn't make it. So he takes 6 more damage.
All right.
From that. Oh, no! He's down to 3.
Ooh.
And then... but yeah, he swings at you for 11 slashing damage, sir.
Alrighty.
And I think that means you have to make a concentration check. I'm looking up the rules for that.
I believe I do.
It's a DC 10 Constitution or half of the damage, whichever is higher.
Okay, so your moonbeam still laying down on them, and then he's going to attack Ugg a couple of times.
No. Why Ugg?
Okay, I'll attack.
Angry with him loudest.
No, don't attack me.
I'm fine.
We love Ugg.
All right, we'll attack Cobus again. All right, one more for Cobus, 10 more slashing damage.
Alrighty.
And then he'll bite Ugg for 3
Ow.
damage.
Ooh, and I failed my constitution.
Oh, nice. So this goes away.
No.
Boop.
How dare you?
Like that, apparently.
Karen.
How are these trolls looking?
One of them has 3 hit points. The other one has 28 hit points.
Well, I'm sure I can angle a fireball to hit both of them.
Yep.
So, here I go.
Karen's just in the back lobbing fireballs leisurely,
Oh, my name.
shooting them out of a t-shirt cannon.
You're not.
Oh, if it fails, it's gonna just barely die.
Okay, the first one.
No.
Okay, and the second one is dead no matter what, but I just want to say, yeah. So yeah, this one gets burned to a crisp, and this one is down to 14 health.
See, Karen can't read, but she does trajectory really well. So we just have a shot of her in the back of the wagon, like aiming up into the sky for like a parabola of a meteor to drop onto these
That
trolls.
she understands physics.
Yeah,
That's great.
it's through practice, not study.
Cool. Kyla, it is your turn.
Excellent. Kyla is going to first cast Firebolt on this mean troll.
Cool.
I think I heard Shadow.
Oh, yeah. Meow. They're abusing me now.
Yes, that's my cat in the background. Daily abused.
Alright, and for damage, 11.
Ooh, nice.
Daggum.
And I would like to try again with this halberd. I will not be discouraged. Oof.
Yeah, can't get a good beat on him.
That makes sense. I'm up on a cliff anyway.
Cobus, it's your turn.
Alright, that one's floating away, so I'm going to inch a little closer to take a bite out of crime. And here we go.
You do have advantage because you're flanking, so 22 will hit.
Yay.
Four piercing, 3 poison. That is enough to end his life.
Huzzah.
But I think Ugg would probably still chop into this corpse a couple of times just to be sure.
You know.
Oh, gross.
But yeah, you dispatch the 2 trolls that had laid an ambush, and the rest of the crossing goes by uneventfully. One of the wizards in the group does spend some time with one of the corpses just to extract some different things, like some claws and some troll blood.
Ripper tech, yes.
Yeah, pretty much. But
Oh, what was my question? Oh, yeah, did they have any loot on them?
let's see here.
We've got a bag of holding loincloth.
That'd be
A
pretty cool.
loincloth of holding.
Ugh, do not look under there.
Oh my god.
Let's see here.
Amazing lock of hair.
There's
I gotta get like a dungeon, like a random treasure generator. It's like random treasure generator 5e. Let's see if I can find something real quick.
Does one of them perhaps have a hat of vermin on them?
No.
Dang.
You rats.
Okay, that's a random hoard. I don't want a hoard. I just want like a little bit of stuff.
A stick that finds water.
No gems, no art objects. Stick that finds water. How about that? Yeah, sure. I don't care. Yeah, they find you find a pouch with just some semi-precious stones, some gold, and a whole bunch of other stuff that you do not want to mess with. But all in total, you make about 100 gold off of the trolls.
Wow.
Nice. Troll gold.
You can really smell the troll.
That's what we'll tell the bankers when we give it to them in Waterdeep.
These are troll coins.
Okay, so we have a net total of 1,125 gold and 41 silver.
Nice.
With an item total of 320 gold.
Excellent. So, back on the road again. We are making good progress.
On the road again.
Can't wait to play it up on the road again.
I think that encounter let Yuri vent some of his frustrations, and we'll buy him some more time on the road of before he gets bored again.
Just a content.
Yeah.
And now you have a common story with the rest of the caravan to boast about.
It goes back to pretending to be an older man.
Nice. All right, so we are back on session 12.
Did you see the hang time on that one troll that got thrown? It was amazing.
Some young buck really got in there.
We saw it was you.
That was a pretty impressive halberd you got there. Where'd you get that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a legitimate question?
No, not yet.
Okay. I was like, oh crap, lie.
Let's see. Let's roll a perception test. 1d20. Let's do it at disadvantage. I'd say they're probably not really paying attention to what your halberd looks like.
Oh boy.
All right. So got a 5 plus whatever their perception is. Yeah, they don't seem to notice your halberd being used. That's belonging to Frulam Mundoth, one of the leadership of the cult in the south. Let's see. That wasn't like the only trolls that were there. There were other trolls that other guards and stuff were fighting. Like it was kind of a coordinated ambush when that happened. So, but the group makes it away with just one person being killed. One of the lesser known guards that didn't have a name profile.
Oh, that's a shame. It could have been the guy with the silk.
He's a red shirt.
Yeah. Now, Red Shirt's got a long life ahead of him of abusing animals and becoming rich and just being generally a jerk.
We'll
see about that.
Does he, though? All right, so we're back on the road. So you make it... I wouldn't mind some advice on what a good test for... a good tester task for Kyla to join the cult. Might
steal some of the vendor's items and give them to the cult for free. Maybe
you could expose the guy as working against the cult's interests by proving that he has these items that Karen planted on him.
Well,
and you could be the one that discovers them.
There you go.
Well, specifically, he was asking about the one that she's working for. It could be a different person. Like it could be something like that, but they have no reason to suspect that guy as being a cult member.
Hasn't worn his purple robe yet, huh?
Not yet. We'll probably do that. Eventually.
What other stuff? How would they test her? They've seen her breathe fire. They've seen her in a fight.
Yeah, typically what they do is they make you do something evil or bad or something that proves your loyalty to the cult to actually join it. Stealing might be the lightest thing that they would allow.
Mm-hmm.
Something evil.
They might send you off on a little side quest.
Steal all of the... take all the troll parts that the people collected.
I'm trying to think of things that are not murder or assassination or killing.
I feel like that's them as well. They're like, really, that's all we need.
Yeah.
Unless it was something that you could make it look like you'd done, but cover it up somehow. Especially if it was a place we were passing through where they wouldn't leave anybody behind to validate stuff beyond seeing it firsthand.
Maybe, they suspect that there are some infiltrators in the caravan, and she needs to find one of them. Obviously, she would find and plant some evidence, not expose you guys.
I like that. That's nice.
That's what I meant as far as the animal cruelty guy.
Yeah.
If you happen to be the mark.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Like, I didn't have a setup for it, but with Kaylee's setup, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah.
Somebody's mic is acting really weird on my computer.
Something sounded a little crunchy for a sec, but it's good now.
Hope it's not mine. Like, I've gone through a lot of different mics.
I don't think so. I think it's from somebody else.
Okay. All right, so we are moving right along. Day 21. At this point, everybody's kind of fallen into their rhythm of waking up in the morning, getting on the road, breaking for lunch, traveling 4 more hours, breaking for supper, and setting up camp. One thing that stands out about day 21 is about 50 refugees are shuffling north up the road in small groups, wearing filthy clothes and carrying small bundles. Some are armed with farming implements, a couple are armed with actual weapons, and when the caravan approaches, they just move off to one side to let the wagons pass. After like a quick just kind of check in with them, the people share that their village, Valley View, was attacked by a red dragon and ransacked by the dragon cult. And they're making their way to another small town called Edgewood. It's about a day's travel north, and then breaking off the main tradeway to get to Edgewood.
Alex gives Kyla a big thumbs up when he's like, red dragon, huh?
Let's see here.
Can I add that to the map? Like, do we know where Valley View is?
It's a very insignificant town, merely brought up for flavor to signify that the cult is raiding the area north of where you were at.
Yeah, I was just gonna mark where the red dragon attacked, but...
Oh, I got you. Yeah, so...
Oh my god.
You guys getting some audio feedback on XM?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Eck.
Okay, what am I doing?
You're a bit crackly. The audio's crackly.
Alright. Is it when I turn my head or...
Sounds fine.
Now it's better.
Okay, I've moved my cord. Hopefully that's good.
Yep, it seems to have fixed it, at least in the short term.
I get what you're saying now about what color did I use?
Pink.
Puke pink. Arial. 22. Oh, God dang it. There we go.
Nice.
But if you don't have anything else to say to these people, then you're just two ships passing in the night, and they go on their way. Io probably stops to share some healing with some of their more wounded.
Yeah, I'll be happy to throw out as many heals as I can.
The villagers thank you for your kindness and basically say if ever you're in the area, come visit. Come visit. But they have nothing to really share with you other than thanks.
If they're super poor, Yuri might go to Karen and ask her to stealthily give them some gold coins, since they just got a bunch from the trolls, you know? Can you get them this money, these funds? We can't make a big deal out of it, but you know. They look like they're pretty bad off, and we can't go and smash the cult while we're doing this.
I'll offer a bottle to the group as a whole of one of my drinks.
Okay.
Is that something Karen would do?
I mean, Karen would help out if she likes the common people, but she also doesn't want to blow her cover.
That's
so maybe she would send some of her gold with Yuri. Like, she knows where it's getting where it needs to go.
Well, he's asking Karen to be the one to go take it with invisibility, maybe.
Oh, yeah, of course she'd do that. Yeah, she'd do that sneaky.
Cool. All right.
Maybe 20 gold. I'll give up 20% of our stakes there.
Cool. You find one of the somebody that might be classified as a leader and that you trust to give the money to after talking to a few different people, and Karen, go ahead and give me a. I guess you're doing like an invisibility with your cloak things. Go ahead and give me a roll. We'll say DC 12 for the cult not to notice you. Failure means the cult like figures something out.
Oh, no.
Roll at advantage.
Woohoo!
Oh,
Thank God.
Oh my god.
God, for that.
I mean, I would have been able to re-roll it with my halfling luck, but
I guess that's true.
still.
Nice. So yeah, you stealthily give him the coins, or maybe even somehow get a message to him that what the coin is for, and he's very appreciative, and you manage to get back to the group undetected.
Nice.
All right.
Compliments of Ignatius here.
We
Naturally.
Naturally.
what? Where's the? How do I get the deck? There we go. I don't care about this deck. I want to delete that deck. Delete it. All right, playing cards 52. Recall all. This would be a good spot for a little interlude. Just traveling up the road. Deal 1 card to all players.
So is the reason that like we joined a caravan instead of like going by sea, is that because there were pirates about and it's just not a good way of doing traveling right now?
This caravan is going by foot, and this is the caravan that has the dragon cultists, so that's why you're following them. There might be other wagons that are moving up via boat, but if so, you weren't aware of them.
Gotcha.
But yeah, there are pirates about and sea monsters and all kinds of terrible things out there. But in general, sea travel is much safer than traveling through the troll claw.
I was just looking at the swirly ocean, and I was like, there had to be a reason we didn't do that. And I was like, oh, because the cult wasn't going that way. Yeah.
All right. What was I looking up? I was looking up the interludes that are in handouts. Show the players.
Lovely.
Give you a second to look at the cards I dealt out.
Nice.
I think I already got an idea.
All right, Cobus.
In my downtime, I want to kind of further experiment on the growing fungus that I saved.
Okay.
And just kind of do a little taste tests and things like that. And I do have like detect poison and disease so I just want to kind of study it and see if I can make like a good drink out of it.
Okay.
Actually,
yes.
Could I make like a strange potion that does enlarge from that?
Yeah, I think this that could definitely prove as an enlarged potion, an ingredient for an enlarged potion. They seem to grow really fast, and I think that totally fits. Yeah, if you want to, instead of getting inspiration, if you want to just spend some time brewing and messing with that, then yeah, I'll let you make a nature roll, or I don't know if they have alchemy here. Some appropriate roll if you'd like to make.
Okay. How about medicine? What do you think? Or nature?
Either one. And then we'll say a failure, you'll get 1 dose. A success, you'll get a D3 plus 1 dose.
Wow.
Mm.
I didn't say the DC, did I? I was thinking 12.
I'll spend some luck if you don't mind.
Go for
it. Hey.
Very nice.
And I'll kind of subtly hand those out next time we stop. I don't know how many you think there. You said D3.
Yeah, with that high of a roll, I'm changing it to a D2 plus 2. So maybe.
Nice.
4 doses of an enlarged potion.
Nice.
I'll give a dose to each member of the party, excluding myself.
Oh my.
So that includes Ugg.
Nice. I will add it to Ugg's sheet.
Enlarged potion. Thank you, sir.
Yay.
1 enlarged potion.
Potion of growth, maybe? Yeah, potion of growth. There you go. You can just drag that to your sheet. Yeah, you want to talk a little bit about how that goes?
Yeah, imagine I don't have like a scalpel or anything, but I'm kind of slowly slicing a little bit with my hand axe and just boiling it in some water, trying to dilute it and using as much as I can whenever we're near a campfire, since we can use fire again.
Yeah, you do detect that there is it is like very slightly poisonous. Like no one's going to keel over dead from this, but just working with it, you get just a little bit sad and wistful almost from messing with it. And when you cut the tiny little hole in it, there's just like this. Like, and it lasts for a really long time as the air kind of deflates a bit, and it's
Interesting.
just spewing out the little spores.
You may want to adjust your cord again, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
It might not be plugged in all the way. I have that problem whenever it comes a little bit loose.
Okay, I'll give it a go. Hello.
Oh no.
It's-
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Welcome.
I unplugged everything, plugged everything back in. Here's hoping. I added a potion of growth to Ugg's sheet. I see it's already there, so I will delete the potion of growth from Ugg's sheet. All right. Who else would like to go with the interlude?
I could take a whack at it. So I had an ace of diamonds.
Ooh.
So I'm going to pick downtime where my character studies. She's going to do some reading classes. Kyla.
Well,
And
I
ace
think
is...
she's just in with the books.
Yeah, I think an ace is pretty good. Like, there's no saying for like what the ranks influence, but I think you'll make good progress on learning how to read. I think by the end of this journey, then you'll be able to claim that you are no longer illiterate.
Wow. Now I don't have to take that Eldritch Invocation.
There you go.
But I could.
Okay.
Just some shots of Karen like in the back of a wagon, just all these papers scattered around. She like keeps lifting up her eye patch to like squint even harder at the pages. She's like, I don't get it. It's so hard. I just hate this. It's kind of like, no.
I'm sorry, what did you say? My cat was meowing at me incessantly, so I couldn't quite catch that last part.
We're doing reading lessons.
Oh, fun.
And then she asked, like, Kylo or Karen was complaining about how hard it was. She hated it, and she was asking if Kylo was going to offer any words of encouragement.
Oh, yes, of course. Kylo would say something like, "It might be difficult now, but once you have completed learning how to read, things will be so much easier in life, and it is a great investment. So just keep going. You'll get it eventually."
But what if it's even harder? Like, I've been living just fine, not being able to read, you know. Like, what if I just walk into a town and I get overwhelmed by all these shop names? What then? I just know where to go because it's shaped like bread.
Well, what if you can read all of your achievements on your wanted poster?
Oh, I do want to do that, actually. All right, I'll keep at it. They better not have missed anything.
Or your letter from Gulliver.
I think that's what she's been like trying to read, like at night, just like squinting by the firelight. Not quite there yet, though.
No.
He also writes in cursive, which she cannot read at all.
Why would you do that? Cool. All right. Cobus, you already spent your inspiration to get yourself a potion of growth. Allie, you get inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
I can go next if Kyla would like to wait.
Sure.
I got a 3 of hearts. That out there. I think mine is sort of a combination of downtime backstory and Trek in that
Of course it is, Douglas.
his downtime practicing a skill is probably his performance. The hardship that he's had to endure is staying silent and not bragging about himself. And a tale of his greatest love. I think so. Yuri's only like knowledge-based skill is history because he used to be infatuated with the tales of heroes from times past.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he probably has at least like one book that he takes around with him that talks about that. So maybe on a lonely night around a fire, he'll tell the story of Gilbert Glitterscale, who was the dragonborn hero that he always looked up to. And then also try to slip in stuff about Ignatius Yuri as though it's a separate person that's not him.
Nice.
But very, very forlorn, very like, have you ever heard the tale of Gilbert Glitterscale and Ignatius Yuri?
And his buddy, Ignatius Yuri.
I said his friend Ignatius Yuri was certainly there for all of those fine times.
It should have been, have you ever heard the tale of Ignatius Yuri and his sidekick Glitterscale?
In his heart, he would never put himself up on the same level or above his hero, because that's his hero, so he doesn't view himself as being on that level, and isn't quite as vain as that yet.
Yeah.
Or he doesn't think he is.
But in time.
Although obviously in telling stories, one next to the other, he's already doing that. It's very forlorn, very wistful, long sighs, staring off into the distance. This is about as buttoned down as Yuri gets.
All right, Karen or Kyla.
Yes.
What
So
card did you get?
I got the 4 of hearts. So I'm going to pick downtime. The hero practices a skill. What is it? And I think she is going to practice wielding the halberd. So if she can attempt to improve her combat skills that way.
All right. Typically you're not going to get like mechanical benefit from this type of stuff, so just a heads up. But you can definitely be using this time to practice with it. Perhaps Ugg will work with you since he has proficiency in weapons like that already. And
it's a D10 -1 slashing. So
yep.
I was wondering if maybe it could just be a D10, but it's fine if not.
If you want that to happen, then basically spending your attribute points on strength, or possibly getting if you were able to find some gauntlets of ogre power, or whatever the heck they're called in this edition, then that just immediately sets your strength to 19, which is pretty crazy.
Oh my god!
So then we'll say Ugg works with you a little bit, and he says, "Are you sure you want to be using this? You'd be better suited to something where you could use your quickness instead of your brute strength."
Yeah, she says, I think I'll get it with some practice, and other than this, I have a dagger, but it hasn't been terribly useful, so I'm gonna try to learn this.
And he doesn't need any more justification than that. He works with you on learning that. Well, one thing that you could do is you could learn the proficiency with practice to the halberd, so that you didn't need the gem. But for now, that's you'll have to spend more effort doing that if that's something you're interested in.
That's all right. I think if we need the gem in the future, then we can.
Cool.
For example, if we needed Karen to wield a battle axe.
Yeah. That's
About
bigger
that.
than her.
I want to find a headband of intellect.
Yes, sir.
Give it to Ugg.
But it's gotta look like the one in Karate Kid.
Nice. Ugg puts on his monocle. Ah, sure.
How uncivilized.
Commits rage.
Just like, I know how uncivilized this is.
All right, yeah, you guys are moving up the trail at a decent clip. Make it all the way to Dragon Spear Castle.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Dun,
Yes.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Look at that skeleton.
Very Dark Soulsy.
That is awesome.
What kind of...
What kind of?
I'm sorry. What does the skeleton of the dragon look like, if that's actually there?
It is there. There's this. All right, I'll just read this little description. And a natural fog surrounds the castle on the distant hilltop. Crumbling towers stand at the corners of the cracked stone walls, and the sun is hanging low in the sky. But you can still make out the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon draped over the battered rooftops. That's been there that's been a feature of the road for quite a while now, enough to where like the dragon that was there has completely deteriorated to just its skeleton. So it's probably been there for at least 50 years.
Can I identify the color of the dragon when it was once alive?
I can't think of an interesting failure case, so yes, it was a red dragon.
Oh, wow. Hopefully it's not a Dracolich that's sleeping.
Hopefully it's not your fake ancestor.
Oh.
Nope. This is like you're a little bit aware of the history of the Dragon Spear Castle, probably with a combination of Yuri and Yuri's just knowledge of history and Kyla's knowledge of dragons. You can piece together some of the backstory for this castle. Originally, it was discovered like there were dungeons underneath it, tunnels, warrens, and this dwarf that explored them wound up coming back out with a whole bunch of gems. What was his name? Daros Dragonspear. And he built up this castle around one of his bronze dragon compatriots, the bronze dragon layered here. And that happened like 300, 400 years ago. After that, the castle has been overrun and retaken by good forces, overrun by bad forces, retaken by good forces a couple of different times throughout its history. One of the things that Kyla would bring up is there was a devil, Viserius, that used to run the place, and the only reason she knows about him is that this black dragon, this intelligent black dragon, came to him to learn more about his spellcasting abilities and just improve his craft. But Viserius turned on him. He asked for one of his horns as payment. and he used that to craft a dragon spear that could actually control Malister Rex.
Whoops.
Long story short, that happened a long time ago. Malister Rex came back and was controlled by this devil, but some adventurers had liberated the spear, presented it to Malister Rex, who then disintegrated it with his breath weapon and regained his freedom. So now what's in the castle is probably it's rumored to be overrun with undead, and there have been a few cases where caravans have been attacked by undead and drugged back into survivors have been drugged back into the castle. It's about half a day's journey from the road from here. So yeah, it's just kind of standing out there up on the hilltop, looking all ominous and haunting.
You know,
Sounds like a cool hook that we can't go after or aren't meant to go after.
This whole session, or like this whole chapter of the module is all about like, hey, look at all this cool stuff that you can't play with. So, keeping in the theme, we have this part. But if you guys wanted to say, hey, screw the main adventure, I don't care, I want to play D&D and I want to go on a dungeon crawl, then that's something we could do. I didn't prepare for that, so we just have to say, all right, we'll keep going along this road for now, but we'll do a flashback and actually go through that dungeon encounter if that's something you wanted to do.
With plot armor.
I mean, yeah.
Realistically, like the caravan would not be happy about you guys leaving and going off to go do stuff for no good reason. So I'd kind of want to spend a little time trying to think about that. But if we can't think of a good reason, then I don't care. I'm here to have fun, and that's.
Chart a separate trip back later to bring more wagons for loot that we'll invariably find if we're interested in doing that.
Full disclosure, Karen does not want to go anywhere near this hell castle.
Well, Karen's not in charge of Karen's actions. Miss Allie is.
True.
I personally kind of want to stay away from it for now and maybe come back later.
I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. All right. So yeah,
we hit a point where we get a break from plot-related stuff, and we're like, "Hey, let's backtrack and look through some stuff."
Yeah, there'll definitely be
really cool.
There will definitely be some stuff, some breaks in the story. We're playing through the Tyranny of Dragons module set. We're on Hoard of the Dragon Queen. We're about halfway through there. There's definitely some downtime between Hoard of the Dragon Queen and I forget what the name of the next module is, but between those two, there's a section for downtime. So yeah, we can follow up on plot hooks and build up our piratey empire or merchant fleet, or settle down with Gulliver or whatever.
If we find him, Karen's just gonna peace out. She's gonna go to the summer homes and be like, "Bye, nerds. It's been real.
It's been real.
I'll take care of the house."
But then she can run the pirate stuff while the group's off doing things.
Honestly, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little adventurer guy, like on the ledge in the picture in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Huh.
He's got his eyes on that. It's like, man, that place is probably jam-packed full of loot.
The dead things.
All right, so everybody looks but doesn't touch the haunted castle on the hill.
Yuri continues looking out forlornly,
Yes.
with his face pressed against the glass like Ebenezer Scrooge.
Or Javert.
All right, so you have to camp within sight of the thing. The guards are doubled, and it's a long night, but it passes uneventfully. And in the morning, it eventually becomes apparent that you have one less wagon in the caravan.
Uh-oh.
What wagon is? Do we know?
Yeah, you'd be able to figure out who it was, and after asking around a little bit, you realize that it's Laszlo the Silent and his wagon are the ones that are missing.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh my gosh!
I knew it.
He lives in the castle,
Vampire.
and he's delivering the stone gargoyles to the castle. Ah.
Well, now we gotta go look.
We don't know what he's transporting in the wagon, but it was guarded by the gargoyles. So
That's right.
vampire.
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 A quick inspection of the area shows his wagon tracks are leading off towards the hilltop castle, but how this wagon was able to leave without alerting the night watch is a mystery, because the night watch was doubled last night, and how he was able to move a whole wagon without alerting anybody is a little strange.
Like, well, it couldn't be invisible. That's not even something that people can do.
Ow, my side.
Got him.
Oh, that's perfect.
I've only heard that people can go invisible. I've never seen it happen. That means it can happen.
That's true.
Well, I mean, there's a reason you've never seen it happen.
Yeah, because it can't happen.
All right, mysterious stranger, whatever you say.
But yeah, there's rumors just traveling up and down the caravan, and people.
There's something strange in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Who are you going to call?
I ain't afraid of no vampires.
If only there were some brave adventurers here to go after him. But let's just move on.
Save us, Gilbert Glitterscale. Ignatius Yuri, where are you?
Yeah.
And with a wistful sigh, we leave that behind. Ignatius Yuri plucks out a sad tune on his dudek.
Uh-oh. We're nearing the area where the green and black dragon are. Kind of somewhat close.
Oh,
we
no.
don't see him.
Wink.
What a shame.
It'd be terrible if our caravan was descended upon.
Yes, with all this shiny treasure.
I'd like to, I think probably furthering along the little side quest thing that that Alex had proposed to Kyla. We have suspicion that there are infiltrators among the caravan, spies, if you will. And we'd like to see if you could ferret them out. You're not connected to us, so it won't lead back to us. And if you get caught, then that's no skin off our nose. But if you can find someone that seems to be spying on us, then I think that could seal your membership.
Sounds straightforward enough, but could I know who's in the organization so I don't just accuse somebody who is actually working for you?
No.
That's fair.
You could be the infiltrator for all we know, but I will tell you that if you find out that it's that one, he points out a familiar halfling, Sharon Rosewood, it would not be a surprise.
I see. I'll keep an eye on her.
All right. You have until Daggerford.
Plenty of time. So I assume Kyla knows that Karen planted a bunch of evidence on the... Yeah, okay.
I assume, like, I assume it, but Karen, did you share that information?
Oh yeah, she wants to pin this guy on all of the guilty looking evidence she's put in his wagon over these several weeks.
Not trying to force a time skip here, but I think Kyla would wait a few days and then report to him that,
Can I get some more water, please, Lori?
I'll just ask her. She's right here.
He'll be like, I thought it was suspicious that he had a purple robe because that's not the robe that you would want to wear, so he must be an infiltrator who doesn't understand about the robes.
You might want to say that again when Kaylee gets back.
Alright, I'm back.
I was saying, if one thing you could point out is that he has purple robes, which are very ostentatious robes that an infiltrator would not realize the significance of.
But if she's acting like she doesn't know much about the cult either. So if she says that, then they're like, well, how do you know they're ostentatious in the first place?
I guess by that same logic, how would she know what to look for?
Yeah.
Like, have they given her any indication of how she would know? Like,
you could say that he's just been simply. You could make no mention of the robes, but just say that same guy has just been awfully looky-loo at the person you've been talking to.
And if you could somehow get the guy to be looky-loo towards them, then,
Perfect. Got an idea.
All right.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So
you said you didn't want a time skip.
What?
You said you didn't want a time skip.
No, but I'm sharing my idea.
Okay.
I was gonna say Kyla was gonna walk up to that guy later and say, hey, I don't know how legitimate this is, but there are some rumors that that guy over there, I think he wants some of your silk.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, he's a little short on cash right now, and you've been going around telling people how expensive your silk is and how it's going to make you so rich. I think he might be plotting to take some of it.
Oh, let's see. Give me a deception check.
Oh, boy. My favorite.
Hold on before you roll. Let's pick up some failure statuses, some interesting failure statuses in the DC. I'd say
failure. Sorry.
I'd say probably DC 12 for this guy. And did you have an interesting failure state?
Yes. If she fails, then he could send guards over there. So then he's like, wait, what do you mean stealing? Is she trying to pin something on us?
Okay. So yeah, then this idea kind of gets out. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good.
Whew.
All right. So your goal is to just get this guy to just keep an eye on things.
Yeah, just, look suspiciously at them.
So yeah, you have the you succeeded at your role, so this guy is going to just have his guards keep an eye on that guy, and he stops talking about his silks for a few days at least, and yeah, he keeps just side-eyeing the one of the cult wagons that you've identified. Probably not Drake's, probably one of the other wagons.
This Drake guy seems really important out of character.
He's the little leader of this caravan band.
Yeah, well, where's Resmere?
She's not here. If you want to find out, you can go ask some cultists.
No, I think I'm good, but thank you.
Alright, so I was just giving you a hard time about the time skip because we're totally skipping time all over the daggone place here.
Oh, okay.
So we're moving up to day 35 where something else happens. We're getting closer and closer to Waterdeep. Don't want to put any like extra time pressure, but we're about halfway there if you're wanting to mess with this guy's silken anyway.
Well, I think the cult's gonna do something about him after we've totally identified him as one of the cult infiltrators. It's all part of the plan.
I just won't hold up to scrutiny if they decide to question him.
No. He's so good at lying!
Man, this guy acts like he's so good. I can't even tell he's lying. All right.
He's clearly a deep cover agent.
Do you want him to wear the purple robes anywhere along this journey, or not yet?
I can't speak for everyone, but I personally think it would be a little more interesting if the cult searched his wagon undercover and then they came up with the purple robes.
You're like, ooh!
Definitely. If it's believable for him to be an infiltrator, then he definitely wouldn't be wearing the robes out in the open.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. It's just that idea was floated around. So yeah, he's not going to wear some purple robes that he didn't buy.
That would have been more fun if no one in our group would have had direct contact with the cultists or, involvement in that way. That would have been just a weird red herring to throw at them as just, somebody pops up wearing their robes out in the open like it's no big deal. Yeah, it's wild.
Oh!
I like what's happening here.
Yeah, so just let me know when a good time would be for Kyla to approach this guy. I don't know how many days it's been when it's day 35.
Sure, it's been about 5 days, but we got a little something to deal with first.
Alrighty.
Far to the northeast, you see a winged shape flying in the distance. It's too far away for you to tell what it is, but one of the elven merchants calls out, "Dragon!" The caravan is quick to move off the road into the tree line, but it looks like the dragon has noticed you. As it flies over, you can make out the sinister black scales glimmering in the sunlight. Let's move over to a tactical map, just for fun.
No, how about that? No.
No reason.
Oh my god, okay, I need my speeches, I need all of the things.
So how
God,
big
I'm
would
panicking.
you say this dragon is?
Air quotes.
Dragon.
It's hard to say. At least large, maybe huge, somewhere in between there.
For
The last one
my
we thought was large, right?
for my
So,
brain,
yeah.
is that like 2 horses or like
A large is a horse, a huge is a...
Elephant, maybe.
oh man, that's big.
Hold on a second. I'll just drag a couple of tokens out here and you can get a...
Sorry about that.
Oh my god,
Increases the
okay.
dimension size by another 5.
Quick thing. Black dragons are the most chaotic evil of all dragons typically. This one is probably young, or very young adult, so that, and it also has acid breath, so keep that in mind.
I will.
Acid is what we're dealing with here, unfortunately not poison, which some of us have resistance to.
Did I put the 2 dragons out here? Can you
Yep.
see those? Okay.
Little baby dragon!
A young black dragon is kind of similar to the one that you fought. An adult black dragon is that big boy.
Oh boy.
Oh no, and that's compared to like... Hold on.
Yeah, a horse.
Like this big.
Yeah, a horse is about like this. Probably the wagon itself is about like that. But that gives you just kind of an idea. And it flies. It's flying towards the group. What would you like to do?
Attack.
Cry.
Cry.
Everyone runs for cover. Kara just runs out. Eldritch Blast!
Right now it's circling way, like giving a wide circle. It's not in range of anybody's abilities.
Does Kyla know of about the dragons that are related to the organization? Like, have they told her anything about dragons?
You know that they revere dragon. Like you know about dragon stuff.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they've told her anything, because she's not supposed to know.
Yeah, she would like you talked a little bit about dragons, about how they revere the dragons. They haven't told you any of their plans yet, but basically they think dragons are super cool, and they tend to worship living dragons.
Man, these guys.
Same.
These guys would be great if they weren't trying to destroy the world by raising up a massive 5-headed dragon god from the Nine Hells.
Oh man.
I know.
Yeah, that would be
But-
cool.
Just the one god.
Yeah. She'll ask Alex, are you guys familiar with this dragon by chance? Is this one of the dragons that you worship?
He's everybody like is kind of cowering down under the tree line. So you're next to your wagon. If you want to go to Alex, you'd have to like move over towards him, which is fine. Just your dwarf would be like, hey, get back here! You have to protect my wagon.
Let me see.
But you can ignore him and just move on.
She'll just say, "Don't worry, your wagon will be fine. A dragon's not going to be interested in." He's selling ale, right? Right.
Scented oils and other things.
A dragon's not going to be interested in any cooking oils,
Well,
as high quality as they are.
He might be interested in dwarf meat or horse flesh.
I doubt it. There are a few people that are far closer than you are, so...
Yeah, well, he's not happy about you leaving. So you move off and go talk to Alex. And he says, I don't know. Jesus, that thing's huge.
It is.
By the gods, that thing's huge. And it circling around the wagons. It's about halfway done with its first circle.
It's beautiful, though, isn't it?
It's impressive, that's for sure.
We're gonna get it.
All right. Let's see. If nobody's doing anything,
Karen is busy being nervous.
so it finishes.
Probably trying to help my wagon person to hide the horses and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. Go ahead.
There you go. Yuri is just trying to blend in and get things off the road and not pick a fight with this thing quite yet.
All right. It finishes circling the caravan once and then flies so that its shadow crosses over the line of wagons from back to front. The aura of dragon fear spooks the horses and sends several of the caravan's guards screaming into the woods. But instead of attacking, it just turns and flies off to the northeast.
Karen squints.
Whew.
She's suspicious.
Yeah.
Was it female or male? Could we...
Let's see. 1d2. We'll say high is female.
So it's Resme.
It was a
Switch.
female. It's exactly what I said. It said it's Resmir
Exactly
in her
what you said.
true dragon form.
No, unfortunately.
Were any of the guards the ones that we've talked to earlier, like the ones for the silk merchant?
Yeah, they can be some of the guards that ran off. Maybe even the merchant himself.
What do you guys think?
But then we can't pin it on him.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
What were you wanting to do, Cobus?
No, nothing. I'm just trying to come up with ideas. I got nothing in particular, though.
Well, silk is pretty delicate. You could ruin it a lot of different ways. Right now it's under a tight tarp, but you could quickly put something under there if you wanted to.
No, I think I'm good. I think I'll let the moment pass.
Okay. All right, it's 3:30. We're getting close to time. Let's see how much further we can get.
Can Kyla talk to Alex about the silk merchant who is most definitely an infiltrator?
He can, or you can, but I would specifically request that you guys help me figure out what the heck's going to happen.
Oh,
Whoa.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh! We're all gonna die.
She's here.
My mouse.
Crap!
My mouse accidentally dropped the party on Tiamat. Sorry about that.
This is not good.
So you were like, hey, you decide. Team up.
Oh god.
Which head would you like to fight first?
It's a boss rush.
I think we'll probably get through one more encounter or one more, not encounter, but one more little blurb of stuff. Or we can do the... maybe we'll just report it to the... Report it to the Dragon Cult, and then they'll think about what to do about it.
Sure.
All right. So yeah, tell me what you tell Mr. Alex here.
Kyla will say, I've been looking around as you asked for the past week or so, and I have discovered that silk merchant over there, he's been acting very suspicious, and he keeps glancing over at one of your wagons.
Yeah, we noticed that too.
I think he could possibly be the infiltrator. I also kept an eye on that Sharon, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
She's not really been doing much, honestly. Just following along with everybody else.
Interesting. Have you spoken with her?
I spoke with her briefly, a little ways back, but when we were dealing with the fungus, but I haven't spoken with her recently.
What do you think about her? Like, does she seem smart to you?
I think she could be intelligent in some cases, yes. It really depends on how you look at it.
Hey, you've actually been talking to her quite a bit, though, haven't you? Like, looks like she might be learning how to read or something.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I thought you meant, like, idle conversation. Yes, I have been tutoring her a little bit there, because she did want somebody to teach her how to read, so I offered my assistance because I wasn't doing much else besides some investigation.
All right. Well, just keep an eye on her, and yeah. Thanks for the tip about the merchant. We'll keep an eye on him.
All right.
We might have to move on him, and I want to know if I can count on you.
Of course. What will you need? What kind of spell?
Do you share like your spell list with him more or less?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, he'll say, all right, that's good. We'll come up with a plan and see what happens.
Maybe she could use like hold person on him while they search his wagon so he doesn't get away or anything.
Yeah,
Or you could get fireball on him.
No. Yes, but no.
burn the silk, the wagon, the horses, him, the guards, all.
Not the horses.
Not the horse.
That's what all this is about.
If Kyla is going to, I mean, she's been relaying some of this information to the rest of the group throughout the course of this, right? Or is she keeping?
Oh yeah,
a secret?
absolutely.
Okay.
She's been telling people.
Then, if she gets an assignment at any point to like move against this guy, maybe at some point during the course of this, they could like take out one of the lesser cultists that they're aware of and plant something of his on the guy in addition to what they already have, so that like it looks like, you know, he's making a move, or it further reinforces that he has blood on his hands or something. But that Kyla could not be involved with that at all. Like, that could be something that Yuri or Kobus or Karen do on the side to help facilitate what she's doing.
So you want to kill a cultist, steal some stuff from him, and plant that on the merchant?
Maybe to make it look like that's how the merchant is trying to infiltrate them?
Yeah. I was just making sure I understood the plan.
And make sure we kill him with one of the merchant's weapons if he has any.
Right. So
we can't use our own weapons.
Yeah, I don't want to move forward with this unless that's something the group as a whole is interested in.
Let's do it.
It is a little bit more overt.
All right.
I love it.
I just had an image of I didn't do this, but throughout the course of the journey, Yuri just starts bumping off the cultists one by one, just in innocuous ways as they're leaving areas to leave them behind so nobody finds them. But that would, bring down suspicion.
We're gonna whack.
All right.
We have to them before they us.
Freaking Laszlo.
Laszlo so much.
All right.
Not a mechanical Turk. This is basically the same thing but a fish.
Do you remember Ariana? Her guts laid out on the doorstep front of her pad. Laszlo.
No, just did it.
Cool. All right. So, 3:30. Yeah. Let's move forward a little bit. Get further down the road.
Sure.
So far to the northeast, you see. Oh wait, no, we already did the dragon attack. Contraband.
Feel free to have another one.
Ah.
One of the cult wagons overturns on a difficult corner, and a wheel breaks on a rock. Several crates tumble free, and one smashes open, revealing dozens of beautiful items of jewelry wrapped in wool for protection.
Uh-oh.
And when the wagon tips and comes back down and cracks the wheel, the cultists quickly spring into action, and quickly try to hide kind of what's going on. But you, since you've been keeping tabs on it, and the merchant has been keeping tabs on it, he sees some of this, and probably that nosy little halfling, long nose. He probably comes over and starts asking, "Hey, what's all that then? We've got it. We got this under control," and they're already scooping stuff up and putting things back into the.
Could Karen be trying to direct attention away from the cult wagon? Oh my stars! Look at that! Oh wow! Over yonder, and then making an earth rumble with her various cantrips she has.
Sure. Did you guys see that ogre go behind that hill?
It was this big, but far away.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't think there's any necessary roll for that. So yeah, you try to keep the distraction. Gets most everybody's attention. The halfling though really zeroed in on some of the treasure that they were looking at or trying to shove back into this crate that busted open. It's mind your own business, you little stinker.
If he's still going at it, can Kyla cast Charm Person to get him off the cult?
You want to cast Charm Person on Longnose?
Yeah, if he's still bothering them, so she's doing something for the cult, in quotation.
Sure.
Alright.
May I give you guidance?
Yes, of course.
You have guidance.
Alright, let's see here.
Extra D4.
I think this is interesting enough, and he's a minor enough character that the Charm Person just works. I'm not even going to bother rolling.
Alrighty. She goes up to Longnose and she's like, "Hey man, what are you doing? You need to get back to your wagon."
Yeah, he's not a guard. He's just a traveler. He's like, "Oh, do I?"
Yeah, we're moving on soon.
Oh.
We need everybody back in their designated spot.
Yeah,
Karen's still hollering about an ogre in the background.
if you lead him away, then yeah, then he'll definitely follow with you. Alex gives you a thumbs up.
Yay! More cult points.
Yuri will be looking for the ogre in the distance that Karen's yelling about. Where? I don't see it.
It went behind that tree. There's just a roar.
I'm gonna roll to see if Yuri understands what is going on. If he's trying to help or if he's part of the problem. He is part of the problem.
Dang it.
Oh my god!
Got his shoelace. He's like, I don't see it.
Well,
It was so big.
let's go! And Ugg charges off into the woods.
Well, don't leave on your own.
I'm right behind you.
Ugg is no longer afraid of trolls, so I don't know if he's afraid of ogres.
That's a good point.
He barely got grazed by those guys.
Yeah, when I initially started out that encounter, I was thinking, you guys are like level 7 or something like that. I'll put in 4 trolls. That's probably all right. Like, I don't know where I got that idea that we were level 7.
To be fair, we might have been okay with 4 trolls.
Yeah.
We did pretty well with 2.
Yeah, it was didn't burn through too many resources, especially when like you regenerate them each day more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it probably would have been drug out a little bit. Maybe somebody could have taken a little damage. If the trolls could have got some of the less armored people, they could have been putting some damage into you.
That would have been bad.
All right. So yeah, the cult's busy repairing their wagon wheel. It stops the caravan for a little bit, but they managed to clean it up with Longnose, not getting too interested in the treasure. But
nice.
He will talk to Kylo about it. Hey, did you see all that treasure they had? What's that all about?
I'm not quite sure. I didn't get a good look at it.
Well, he says there was like this gemmed necklace, and there were some pearls, and like a golden candelabra, and all kinds of interesting things.
Sounds very fancy, but we should probably stay away from them. I think if they were able to acquire such vast amounts of wealth, then they are absolutely able to defend it.
He nods sagely at your trusted advice from his best friend, Kyla Nightjam.
Oh yes, we go way back till about 5 minutes ago.
About 5 minutes ago. In about 55 minutes, he's not going to be happy with you, but right now, he's okay. But yeah, he after the spell wears off, he confronts you about it. It's like, hey, what was that for?
What was what for?
You cast a spell on me.
I don't recall that. Do I know you?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a deception check at disadvantage.
Alright, lovely. My favorite.
Karen's really been reining in her.
How's
charm
a 15?
Holy crap. A natural 20 and a 15. All right. Yeah, he's like, he scratches his head. It's like, yeah, we sat on the wagon and talked, but you're like,
Are you
no.
Are you alright, sir? Did you have a little bit too much ale from that wagon over there?
He scratches his head. Maybe so. He's he's very confused, and he's been successfully gaslit by you.
Oh no.
This is
Poor
wonderful.
guy. He's having a rough day.
Yep. But the entire caravan stopped for a little while they're repairing their wagon. Would anyone like to do anything or just move on?
Gotta track down that ogre.
Yeah, we see Yuri and Ugg pushing their way back through the trees, brushing twigs and branches. And Yuri just calls, "I couldn't find anything."
I think, oh, shoot, maybe Karen goes over to Alex and is like, did my distraction help? I was trying to, because I figured it's not good for people to see, so...
It's like, of course people shouldn't see. Yes, you did, but you did well. Those were the specific instructions for Rezmir, if you remember. Keep it secret.
I definitely remember, yeah.
Well, I guess even a blind mouse finds a piece of cheese every once in a while. Good job.
Oh, am I the blind mouse?
Not today, you're not.
Also illiterate.
Working on that.
He's gonna try to dumpster Karen so hard.
Well, she's gonna dump his corpse in the ocean, so it's gonna be fine. It's gonna even out.
Yeah, so...
Looks like you got a little water deep in it.
Hey!
No. Sorry.
I like that.
Bad.
All right. We are... Next one's a little bit more involved than that, so I think this might be a good spot to call it. We started a little bit late, so I don't mind going through one more. It's not an encounter, but...
I'm up for it.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Cool. Okay. Moving right along day 43. I hear an ice cream truck.
Me too, because we live in the same house.
That makes sense.
What?
As the caravan rounds a bend in the road, a human head can be seen sitting in the middle of the road. It's about 100 yards distance. That's about all you can tell from this far back.
Bad bombing.
Yeah, the person at the front of the caravan pulls his wagon off. Woo! Not sure what this is about, but he's a little bit suspicious.
Heads up, everyone.
God.
No.
Inspiration, please.
If you want inspiration, you can have it, Cobus.
It's so begrudging.
For the good of the party.
That's not normal.
A human head? Why would there be a human head in the middle of the road?
How dare you steal this card from my hand?
Just stealing all these cards.
Yeah, it gives you an option. It says, Ek wants to steal this card from your hand. You have two options. Let it go, or no way.
No way.
Joke's on you. He could just recall them all.
Oh, that's what I should have done.
Oh, when Kylo is associating with the cult members, by the way, Scorch is definitely going to be the pseudo-dragon that's out at the time.
Okay. Makes sense. But yeah, you're pretty far away from it. The caravan stops for a little bit. Nobody has an idea, and the caravan's just going to move on.
Can we discern, is the area around it disturbed? Like, was it dragged there? Is there blood? Does it look old?
It looks like a rough spot on the it doesn't look old. It looks pretty fresh. But it looks like the earth around it has been very disturbed. Like you can't really get a good look at it from here.
What does the head look like? Is it anybody familiar, or is it just a head?
Picture,
There's a head
picture how long a football field is. And you're at one end, and there's a head at the other. Can't really tell a lot of details without getting closer.
Man, that guy looks so familiar from here. Looks like every other human I've ever met.
Is that Blue Eyes?
Do you want me to just blast that guy from orbit? If it's sitting on like a pressure plate or something for a trap, it'll set it off. Or maybe there's some bandits waiting up there in the trees for us to wait and pay our proper respects to whoever this dead guy was.
Those stinky bandits.
Can I have Yuri cast Enhance Ability on himself with a focus on his wisdom?
Sure. Yeah.
To sharpen his eyesight and see if he can get a better look from here. Maybe slowly advancing to try to get some more information.
Yeah, you can you do that and start moving that way a little bit, and then it becomes apparent that it's not a head, it's somebody that's been buried up to their neck.
Oh my god, I didn't blast him!
Oh my god, are they alive?
They're alive?
He is unconscious but still alive.
My god.
Right. Yeah, Yuri will get close and try to revive him, I guess, while starting to dig the ground up.
Yeah, I'll walk by you, and I'd like to call out to the head. Hey there, are you okay? Did your mud bath dry up, or what happened?
Yeah, he's unconscious. As you get closer, you become aware of that. But as you're getting closer, the caravan just kind of follows behind you a bit, and they too realize that it's somebody. You start digging the guy up, and the first guy that passes you is like, I don't know if I'd do that. You get there, and once you're close enough, you see the word Oathbreaker is painted across his forehead.
Oh.
Yeah, stop digging him up. Do we Zone of Truth him?
Yeah, let's do it.
I would use Zone of Truth if the rest of the caravan was not next to us.
Well, the caravan's slowly but surely passing you, and it's going to take them a while for all of them to bypass you. So if you want to do that, if you want to wait here the entire way, it'll look a little bit weird, but doable.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be suspicious in that way either.
Did you say you were trying to you said you were trying to revive him, but that was before you saw Oathbreaker on his forehead?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously context to that, but what would the cultural significance of this be? Would this be specifically a paladin thing? Or would this just be more a general... would this be bandits, or any kind of role to draw that knowledge?
Let's see. It's not like a paladin that broke his oath. You don't think that's probably what happened here. But he was probably buried a few days ago, and it looks like other people have just ridden past him. You're not sure what this guy did, but somebody else buried him here and wrote Oathbreaker on his forehead. You cast. What's your passive perception right now? With your
where is it? I have a +0. I'm not proficient.
But you just cast your spell, so do you have advantage on it?
I do have advantage on wisdom stuff, yeah.
Okay, so that gives you a +5 on average for just stuff. So one of the things you notice is under his collar, you see a small harp tattooed on his neck.
Oh, so member of the Harpers. Is that what I would draw from that?
Yeah.
Or that maybe he was a member of the Harpers, but he could have oath broken the Harpers.
It's hard to say.
Is one of us a member of the Harpers? Is that Kyla?
Yeah, that's me.
then he'll definitely try to get Kyla's attention and call. I don't know. Yeah, he'll try to get a side conversation with her and just be like, "He's got a Harper's tattoo on his neck, but maybe he was betrayed. You know, if he was infiltrating and they discovered him, they could have buried him. He's still on our side, or he could have betrayed the Harpers."
Does Oathbreaker mean anything to Kyla since she's in the Harpers?
Nope, it doesn't have any special Harper significance.
Gotcha. She just turns to Yuri and she's like, I really don't know. I don't recognize him or anything.
Yeah, Yuri's gonna... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, no.
I was gonna say, Yuri's gonna try to wake him up and talk to him.
Yeah, he's, the buried human is in bad shape from exposure and dehydration. How would you like to try to revive him?
I do have lay on hands, if even using a little bit of that juice on him subtly will pep him up enough to talk.
Yeah.
I have spells that I might not have had prepared, but like lesser restoration. Try to just give him water.
And so you do that. Somebody sees he has Oathbreaker on his forehead, and they just spit at the ground. Keep riding their wagon. But yeah, you put some healing into him, and his lips start to heal up, and he comes to. Hello.
Yes. What oath did you break?
Funny story of that. I was supposed to marry this merchant's daughter, and just didn't go through with it, and they didn't take too kindly of that. So you got to dig me out of this. This isn't any way to die. Anyways, you got any water?
So, did you just abandon the wedding, or what happened?
Tried to, didn't get away. Come on, give me some water at least.
It's an interesting tattoo you have on your neck, friend.
His eyes go wide, and he kind of leans over. Well, yeah. Why do you say that?
Go over to Kyla.
She holds up her Harper's pin. Looks similar to this, in fact.
It's like he lowers his voice. I see you're a member of the Harpers. But go ahead and put that away.
She does.
Please give me some water, and I'll tell you my story as you're digging me up.
Well, it's Zone of Truth, so I mean, I guess it's legit.
There's no Zone of Truth here.
There's no Zone of Truth yet, although Yuri could cast that, and maybe they could make it like Kyla was the one who cast it, because she is a spell user.
Could I?
No, I don't know.
Could I ask since the cowboy seems to know what this is all about, and they're like spitting on the ground and stuff, could I just ask one of the passing people, like, what is the meaning of this? Who is this person? Does anyone here recognize him?
No, not at all. She's just got Oathbreaker painted on his head, so I imagine he broke an oath. Somebody felt someone took the time to bury him up to his neck, so I suppose he deserves it.
Yeah, digging holes is annoying.
Was Kyla saying something?
No, I didn't say anything.
But nobody has said they started digging him up, so he's like, hey, come on, we're on the same side. Let's give me some water and start digging me up. I don't see what the problem is.
I'm cool with casting Zone of Truth if we want to actually question this guy. Although we could always just try to prod him and, get it that the old-fashioned way.
I anxiously await your input.
Let's do the truth. And
I agree.
I'll druid craft a little flower in front of under his nose.
God, torture him now instead. All right, yeah, I'll go ahead and can we try to cast Zone of Truth so it looks like Kyla is the one doing it?
You can.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, people have seen you cast spells and do other things while you're fighting the dragon and stuff like that. Or not the dragon, the trolls.
Dragon!
Yuri casts Zone of Truth. Yuri has been far too passive this session.
So yeah, you cast it. Let's see.
The DC 14 Charisma.
Roll 1d20. This spy, we'll say he has a +2. Is he trained in, what is this, Charisma? Probably, yeah. So we'll give him a +4. We'll give him +3. No, he is affected by the Zone of Truth. Is that any way? Is that any way to treat a friend?
We don't know if you're a friend, and we don't have time to spare. I'm sure if we're friends, you'll forgive us. Now, why are you buried here and labeled Oathbreaker?
He's trying to be quiet. Some people might overhear him, but he says, I had infiltrated a caravan, keeping some eyes on some cultists, and I got discovered. They wanted to kill me, but there wasn't enough proof for the rest of the caravan to go along with it, and so they did this to me. Now may I please have some water, and will you please start digging?
Of course, friend. It's empirically true, so Yuri will abandon any pretense of suspicion and try to help this guy out.
I don't think Kyla really wants to be involved with this at this point, especially if, he's both part of the Harpers and he tried to infiltrate the cult.
Yeah.
I think she'll probably just shake her head and move away at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And go mind her own business. Y'all feel free to do what you want, but I just don't want her involved in that decision because it could go poorly either way.
That's perfect. And Yuri has not been involved at all in trying to remain less suspicious, so it's possible that he will become a target throughout all of this because he's probably the most conspicuous member of the group. But yeah, Yuri will take it upon himself to get this guy out.
Excuse me.
And probably not fill him in fully beyond, giving him the hints that they're similar people in this group and we don't want to blow our cover, so just be cool about it and stay in the lane.
Yeah, he says, after you give him water, he's like just recovering pretty noticeably after receiving that. Just he's just his body's starting to come back online because it was super dehydrated, and he thanks you profusely. Wish it could have been done a little bit nicer, but he 100% understands. You dig him up. It takes about 2 hours for a normal person, but you with your super Path of Glory stuff probably only takes about an hour to dig up and then an hour to refill in the hole. You don't want to leave like a big hole in the middle of the road. And so, but you can catch back up on horseback.
Oh wait, couldn't Cobus do something? Because he has earth shaping, doesn't he?
I don't have earth shaping, no, but
What was I thinking? Was it Druidcraft maybe?
I was there during. Yeah, I got Druidcraft, but that just like grows flowers, I guess.
You need Mold Earth as a cantrip.
Yeah,
if not like a higher spell.
I've only made druid NPCs. I have no idea how they work.
Well, I mean, you have that. I wouldn't rope Karen in, but she does have that tome thing where she can use a cantrip to.
That's true.
I would be happy to just simply roll up my sleeves and help dig.
Yeah, sure. We expose, but yeah, we'll get the spell dug up and filled in to the extent that he knows to keep his head down here, and that maybe we won't be around to save him next time.
Yeah, you dig him up, and the only thing that he has on him is the loincloth he was buried in. Everything else was taken. He tells you more of the story now that the wagons have moved on. He had got caught rooting in one of the treasure wagons, and so they decided to bury him.
Were you able to find out where they were heading, or what all the money was for?
At least to Waterdeep, but it seems like they're moving further north than that. I think they're going to use the treasure in some kind of ritual, but I don't know what for. That's a lot of treasure.
Yeah. I see. We're not much farther along in our investigations.
Yeah,
I was glad to know that this guy's a harper, but Yuri is not a harper, and he doesn't want to draw too much attention, so he'll probably get this guy, some clothes and maybe get him signed on to guard the caravan that he's a guard for.
with the Oathbreaker tattoo still on his forehead. It's like, I don't think so.
Never mind. Okay.
I thought it was painted.
Yeah, it's painted on. But he tried to wash it off, but it's on there pretty good. It's written in a Sharpie. It's going to come off in a few days.
Well, it's good enough. He can figure it out. If he's a harper, he's got to be resourceful enough to solve some of his own problems.
Yeah, he'll.
You would think.
He'll be able to be a little bit more resourceful, a little bit more careful. But I think that's all the time we have for today. Sorry, I was having mic issues earlier.
Good, sir.
That's all right.
Did that NPC have a name?
They didn't give him one, and I didn't think of it, so I will put that on my notes.
He has a name, and it's a very good one. Unfortunately, you don't get to know what it is.
Mind your own business.
It's a very masculine name.
Mind your own business. That's a very strange name, sir.
Mushu.
I think if Kyla's talking with the cult, she just will not mention that entire encounter.
Yep. Cool. So, let's do a quick post-mortem. Things that you liked, things that you didn't like. Start off with Kevin this time around.
I had a great time with the interlude, as always. It was really fun to have all the different events along the way. I really like that. I'm very curious about Dragon Spear. That was a really cool piece.
Yeah, they put a lot of cool thought into that, and had some different things there but to make the party just walk right by it. It's like a kid in a candy store where they're grounded and they're not allowed to have any candy. So
exactly what it was. It felt like I was traveling to somewhere and I saw an amusement park and was like, oh,
I wish I didn't have to work.
Yeah, I had a good time. The troll encounter was really cool.
Yeah, I think next time we'll probably make our way to all the way into Waterdeep and through it, possibly.
I would think if we're going to try and infiltrate we're doing a pretty good job of infiltrating the cult thing right now.
Yeah.
But we should probably have it come to a head before Waterdeep, I would think.
Okay.
Or even Daggerford, maybe.
Sounds good.
I had a ton of fun as well. And one thing I really liked, our individual goals kind of fell together, where it was Karen broke into the guy's wagon, planted some evidence, then got out. And later we figured out that we had to accuse somebody. And then that means not only does that guy, something bad's going to happen to him, and we don't want him anyways, it also means that they're not going to be as suspicious of us or Sharon/Karen, because they'll be like, oh, we found the infiltrator. So
Sometimes a plan just comes together.
Yep.
it does. I feel bad that Kevin had so many bad rolls this time, though. Like, it was a comical amount.
Yeah, but that makes it fun, though.
He was lending them to me, and I appreciate it. And I'm sure that next time I will be happy to return the favor and give him all of my good rolls.
I appreciate allowing me the potion of growth stuff. That was fun.
Yeah,
That's very
yeah.
cool.
That's cool. Like,
I just want to point out that if you cast growth on me, or if I use the potion to become bigger, then I'll be only one size category less than the huge dragon, which means I can still grapple it.
jump up and tackle it to the ground.
Dragon.
Please do this.
At 9th level, I get haste as one of my paladin spells, which doubles my movement and gives me an extra turn, or extra action each turn, which I can use to dash or something like that. So I could be a giant running Yuri.
Oh my God.
We're very close to turning you into a titan.
I'll pick you guys can ride on my shoulders.
Oh my gosh, when the dragon passed overhead, that was so scary. You did a wonderful job describing that.
Yeah, I thought we were going to die.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel like Kyla would have just waved at the dragon before the dragon fear hit.
Yeah, the dragon looked over the caravans, saw a couple of subtle signs from the dragon cultists, and then all right, peel off. This caravan has been taken care of.
Nice. I thought I liked the nature of the trek. I know that's like classic D&D, but it's a type of D&D that I have not ever really experienced, so it's definitely interesting to see it from that perspective. I think my own negative feedback for myself is that because I felt like Yuri would have to be so restrained, I prevented myself from doing anything very interesting. But that was a self-imposed restriction, so I think especially in the second half of the trek as we get towards Waterdeep, the cover might start to slip a little bit more. But,
it's like, I'm bored!
But yeah, it's cool being able to see all these places along the way and just make little check boxes for ourselves of things we might like to go back and investigate later.
Yep. So there's more of that on the horizon. I'll go ahead and give you a little spoiler alert for this. So the caravan's final destination is not Waterdeep. It is Naryatar Castle, where they're going to be moving up.
What? How? That is just... It was such a subtle piece of information. How were we supposed to know to ask about it? That is absurd.
It came out of left field there.
Really did.
So, where was I going with that? There's probably going to be like a 1 or 2 stay in Waterdeep as they coordinate their efforts to link up with other wagons and head up that road. And the pretense of that is this road is constantly getting flooded by the mirror of dead men. It like that swamp's always encroaching, and so the road from Waterdeep to Neverwinter is actually closed, and they're posing as road construction crews that are bringing supplies up to help repair the road.
That is really smart.
And Waterdeep, there weren't any major plans to happen there, but it's like the jewel of the north or something like that. It's supposed to be like the capital of the Sword Coast, kind of. And
our summer home's right outside.
Yeah, and your summer home's right over there. So if there's anything you're wanting to do in Waterdeep, let me know. You'll have a little bit of time to mess around there, but the cult's probably going to be moving on from Waterdeep from that point.
Unless I can pick up a black scale and a red scale before we get there, which I am definitely not suggesting we should do, because then we would have bigger problems to worry about. I don't really think I have anything to do in Waterdeep.
Waterdeep is big enough that you might be able to purchase some of that.
There you go.
Perhaps. I will think about it.
How long of a stay might we be looking at?
1 to 2 days, but if you need more, then you can ask the DM and I'll put in a good word for you.
I think the only thing that Yuri would be doing in a city is still trying to have somebody look at the dragon skull to see about making it into a helmet.
Oh, I thought you did that in Baldur's Gate.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was so drunk.
I was so drunk I forgot. I couldn't remember if I asked somebody or if it was already taken care of.
You probably forgot because you just weren't wearing it, because you can't wear Jade Talon's skull while you're talking with the cult, like,
hello,
say!
I would like to join your cult.
Okay.
Oh, this is from a good dragon that I slayed because it was so good.
Well, I'll have to remember that I have that then. I can't believe I forgot that.
I know one of the things you did with your downtime was carousing, and that's why you had that blackout drunk session. But also in my notes was that you were going to have that crafted. So that wasn't really something you had to do. You just like brought it to a shop where that was something that they could do for you, and then picked it up before you headed out.
Okay, cool. So I've got that. Good to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other pros and cons?
I think that was it for me.
Did you like you said you liked the getting scared of the dragon when I pulled you on the tactical map?
Oh my god.
Terrifying.
Oh my god. I was like, oh god, I need all of the things, but I don't write any of my speeches down or anything, but I was also listening to your description, so I couldn't think about both at the same time. I was panicking. But
It's like, hail to you, Mount Glory.
Karen's like holding both hands up in open claws. Ah!
oh, yeah, the tiefling. I also wanted to point out that was really cool, because I remember mentioning a tiefling the other day, and I thought it was cool that you put one in.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. There'll be there's a couple of tieflings in the module. That one was one I added.
Nice.
Kaylee had said in private, she's like, she likes the tiefling race, and she wanted to see more of those since I didn't have any show up, so I did. But
I play a tiefling Fey Pact Warlock in a different game, and one of his Eldritch invocations is the Mask of Many Faces, where he can just disguise himself at will. So he uses that to look like a normal person, but he has a lisp because of his forked tongue. So he always speaks with a lisp, and everybody just thinks he's dumb.
What's his name, Pickle?
Oh, he's the Transorbent Glenjamin.
Nice.
He's a wizard, though.
He thinks he's a wizard, but he's actually a Fey Pact Warlock, whose adoptive father is the Fey Lord.
Yeah.
And he has a spell book that is just, like his Pact spell book.
Mm-hmm.
But he thinks that by getting these spell books, like, that's how you become a wizard, Because then you have a spell book, and you could just do magic, and it's not something you learn. It's like a quick spell type thing. So he just goes around distributing these magic tomes for his Fey Pact adoptive father to create more warlocks.
Benjamin, my boy.
It's like, his dad's like Mr. Fish Odor from Bob's Burgers.
So one of the things I want to talk about Warlock packs, since Allie's here. Haven't really been doing anything with your patron. One of the things I had planned on doing, like the way you had described your character, was you were a bit of a shyster, a con artist, and all these other things. And so I was planning on kind of not penalizing you, but making your patron unhappy with you from the way you were behaving. But since like the game started, you've been nothing but more or less a goody two shoes. So
I don't know about that.
more or less. Like you didn't steal the guy's money.
That would have been really suspicious.
And you've been being a hero and not being more selfish like your character was described to in the past. So maybe I'll talk to Doug and or you about some ideas that your patron some sort of patron interactions. I feel like I've kind of dropped the ball on that a bit.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, I know that like some patrons are just like, yeah, here's some magic, do whatever you want with it. I'm far too powerful to be even bothered by your presence.
I did a lot of design for Lightbringer and like his backstory. So yeah, that's definitely something that would be cool.
Cool. I'll do some thinking on that. And if you have any advice or ideas for directions you want your character to go, just let me know.
Little Bramblefoot, you've bettered yourself as a being.
Thank you, Lightbringer.
You can even read now.
I know.
Very impressive. Shine the bright light of your learning on the darkness of ignorance, or something.
Sparkle prestidigitation.
Blah, 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 blah. Additional platitudes. Good day.
All right. Well, I guess that's where we'll call it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Sounds good. Thanks for running, sir. Thanks, guys.